Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, it is I, the old humble guy. We're back. Let's see if I think we're going to go dark theme today. Can we do that? Why did it just fuck up my camera? Huh. Interesting. Interesting that it just basically swapped cameras on me. Why did you do that? Huh. Well, Restream is already up to there. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what's going on. Hey, let's do this thing where we go over here. I'm just shaking out some cobwebs on the Restream. Relax, Wally. You big dork. My dumb dog is freaking out because I'm making noise. Oh my god. I'm doing a thing. All right. See if that fixes my problem over here. Can I get my camera started back up? Video HD. There's the HP cam. HD. Close it. Unable to access camera. Really? All right. It's wild. Maybe that did it. Do stuff over here to hopefully fix what's ailing my computer. Curious that it's still choosing Wi-Fi over share screen, video, switch back to HD cam. Did that work? Cam. There, hey, I got my camera working. Sweet. All right, so what on earth are we doing tonight, boys and girls? That's a great question, old humble guy. Why don't you tell us? Well, I am shaking out the technology, looking to see if I can do Restream. If Restream is a better option next week instead of StreamYard. When I decide to do my forum shows, StreamYard has a 20-hour cap. There we are. Restream does not appear to have a 20-hour cap. It looks like they may have a cap. I think they have a cap on what I can record, but Restream live limit. 9 guests, a free plan allows 6 people. Does Twitter have a live limit with Restream? Thank you. There are no limitations in the number of hours you can stream. While there's limitations on the number of hours I can stream on StreamYard, there's no limitation on the number of hours that I can stream on whatchamacallit. Oh, looky there. Why does it say Ukraine on there? Let's talk everything. Restream Ukraine. Edit. We're not restreaming Ukraine right now. Sorry. We will go with the Old Humble Teespring. The bookmarks. Old Humble Teespring. Where's Teespring? I think we might go. I think we might be going Restream next week instead of whatchamacallit. Instead of I think we might be doing Restream because there's no limit on Restream. I can literally go for 18 hours next week. I can bounce back and forth between Restream and I can bounce. Is my audio on? Yeah, it's on. I can bounce back and forth between Restream and StreamYard if I want to. I need to look at the pricing plans with Restream because I may go ahead and upgrade, get my logo up here, do some backgrounds and stuff like that. Restream price. Lowest priced plan on StreamYard is $25 a month. With Restream, I get 5 channels, 2 users, 10 on. Let's share this screen since I'm here. Screen sharing. Automatically add shares. Okay. Plans and pricing. This is Restream's plans and pricing. Automatically share it. There it is. Oh, and I'm on the other side. Can I move me? I can. I can swap us out like that. That's pretty cool. But I think I'd rather be. I want to be tiny. Oops, I can't do that. There we go. I can be tiny. Move me over here. Yeah, neat. Okay. Can I go to this side? Nope. Hide you. Cheers to chat, by the way, for anybody out there. So I'm looking at the Restream pricing right now. Looks like the standard essential tools for getting started. This for standard package for StreamYard is $25 a month. Restream is $16 a month. So it's a nice little savings there. I can record 6 hours of streams. So we can do a forum show if I wanted to do something like that. Do a Saturday night, live Saturday night with Old Humble Distilling Company. Up to 10 on-screen guests. No stream limit. Unlock Facebook, blah, blah. I don't give a shit about streaming to Facebook. But I can stream to guest channels. That's kind of cool. So we can stream to their channels while they're on my show. That'd be kind of neat. I don't know how that exactly works as far as the watch time and viewership goes. But this compared to StreamYard. Oops. Cheers to chat, by the way. Welcome to the party. Thanks for showing up. I do not have and I like this thing where you can have the chat overlay and just have chat running along the side here. There's my boom. That's the invitation to come and join me if you are so inclined. What happens if I hit that little star button? It pins the message. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. That's pretty cool. I can do that through whatchamacallit as well. Through StreamYard as well. Anyway, let's come off of this. Nope. Let's come off of this. Turn you off. There we go. Have I checked out Streamlabs? That is a good question. Streamlab is connected to OBS, right? Okay, and I haven't done. I looked at Streamlabs briefly with OBS. The challenge, the biggest challenge I have. Hang on, let me look. Let me. I don't know. No, I have no idea. Going to share the StreamYard pricing plan real quick. Chrome tab, StreamYard pricing plan. So that was $16 for the basic. This is $20 for the basic. $20 for the basic gives you recordings, multi-stream to 3 destinations, unlimited streaming, which is free on StreamYard. Takes off the logos. I can upload all my stuff. I think this is what I had before I canceled StreamYard because they pissed me off. I think that's what I had before. Now, Streamlabs, that's one that I have not looked into. I really haven't looked into it. I think, isn't it associated with OBS? Oh, and if I do that, it shows it right there at the bottom too. Let's see. Let's look at Streamlabs. Streamlabs, if I recall. Oh, look at there. If I share this tab, Chrome tab, Streamlabs, the first Google search says Streamlabs versus Restream. Might be relevant to recent activities. What are you saying? Encoding on your video is acting really weird. Parts of your frame are bouncing. Is that me? Is it? It could be because my video is actually on my desk. My camera is actually on my desk, so that could be the case. But it weird encoding. I don't know what. I don't think. Streamlabs got in trouble for using the OBS brand. It was acquired by Logitech in 2019. Is Streamlabs and OBS the same thing? Streamlabs is an improved version of OBS Studios. OBS Studios is an open source broadcast system. It's or open source, open code broadcast. OBS, that's literally what it is. It's open code. So let's find out more. Streamlabs versus OBS Studio. Which one to use? Restream. Let's see what that's. Oh, this is the Restream.io blog. Huh. All right. Let's talk. Restream to live stream. You absolutely must have two things: a stable internet. We know this. I've proved several times that if I don't have a stable internet connection, I don't restream very well. So let's read, shall we? This is me doing research. Switch camera, switch link. I did see that I can switch cameras. I can add a second camera, which is pretty dope. How do I add a second camera? Where was that? Add source. Is that what it is? Extra camera. Yeah, there it is. I can add a second camera to the stream down there below, and boop, there I am. I'm two of me. Hi. That's the wickedest, coolest thing. There's me. I'm up here. Hi, up there. Down. I'm not gonna keep doing that. That's dumb. But I can add all these source, presentation, video storage, background music, RTMP, so I can bring a stream from other places like Zoom or into the studio. I can have a local video. I can do all kinds of stuff on my. You can't see what I'm looking at though. So never mind. But yeah, it's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I can remove that source. Okay, back to this. Back to this. Looking at Restream versus OBS. So I've said before what I like about the OBS, open broadcast software, open source broadcast software. What I like about OBS is the freedom to be able to set up my screens and do whatever I want to do. So I can have, if it's just me, I can have me with an overlay, with my brand, with all that stuff, and it's completely free. And I can sit here and do all kinds of stuff and bring in. Hold on, I gotta turn on the fan in here. It's gonna get warm. I'll turn on lights. We won't be so dark. Won't be so dark and brooding in here. Ugh. But what I like about OBS is the freedom to be able to do basically whatever I want to do. But what I want to double check, I want to look and see what I can do with Streamlabs. Find out free streaming software from Streamlabs. Find out what I can do with Streamlabs, because I use StreamYard in tandem with OBS. StreamYard. Yeah, I use, and I know you can take the StreamYard, put it up on OBS, and send it out. For whatever reason, I can't run. Oh, I know what the reason is. My graphics on my laptop, my graphics processor won't let me do OBS, YouTube running in the background for my analytics, and StreamYard all at the same time. I can't put them all together. My graphics card won't let me do that. I need to have a desktop or a beefier. Later, go away. A beefier setup than what I've got. So download Streamlabs. I had originally had OBS, and I tried downloading Streamlabs, and I couldn't figure it out. So I stopped doing it. It is free. I don't know how they make money with a free service. I guess they have Ultra. That's how. Show me more. What's Ultra? Oh, Jesus. 1 Ultra plan, 8 creator apps. Streamlabs Ultra. Desktop. Looks expensive. There it is. Streamlabs Ultra. Alerts and widgets and all this. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm not going to try this next week, but maybe I'll try. I can add 1 guest. Ultra is 4 guests. So what I'm looking at specifically, PC Tower. That explains it. You have a PC Tower that is a powerhouse. Yep, there it is. I'm Mike in the house. Cheers, Mike. Welcome to the party, my good man, my good friend, Mike. So yeah, I know I can do. And I played around a while using OBS. The OBS software is my mainline broadcast, and then having behind the scenes stuff. Having StreamYard over here and OBS here, and then capturing the StreamYard window. So I had a whole bunch of guests doing the Zoom. I did that for a while, but they're really Zoom through OBS was fine during the pandemic, but then they put limits on how much you could stream out on Zoom in one sitting on a free setup. So I didn't want to pay for Zoom. My wife, I think, has a account through her school, but I didn't want to pay for that because she already had it. What's going on over here? Is this chat frozen? Chat overlay? Re-overlay? Huh. Looks like the chat overlay is frozen. Oh, it's upside down. There it is. The new chat comes in at the top. I like that feature a lot. That's really cool. Discord and OBS is cool. Okay, so the big challenge on OBS is just bringing in multiple views. I know they have that NinjaWare or whatever it's called, where you can presumably have multiple people on, but I haven't found an that is as convenient, as easy as doing this with Restream or StreamYard where it's like literally just designed for bringing people in. And the idea that I'm kicking around in my head is doing some kind of weekly forum show where we have 4, 6, 8 people, however many people come on the show, doing it on a Saturday night, or doing it on a Saturday night, on a night when I don't have to wake up in the morning. And just having like a 4, 5, 6 hour show where we recap the week. We talk about what's coming up, talk about whatever whiskeys we had this week that were interesting and fun. Just things like that. Mike says he's got a PC that's a dinosaur. My PC, I know exactly what you mean. My PC is, I believe, 2012. So mine is running at about 11 years old, and it was not made to be a streaming PC. My laptop was made to be like just a basic office PC, or not download, watching videos online, YouTube, light gaming, not heavy graphic stuff, not really designed to make graphics, wasn't really designed to have peripherals plugged into it all the time. And I've got a monitor and a camera and a dongle for my keyboard and mouse, and I've got a SD card that's plugged into it for capturing video. I've got like everything plugged into it, and it's not really designed to have all of that plugged into it all of the time. I had to replace its battery because I burned up a full-on burned up a battery. So just as far as ease of use goes, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Ease of use, StreamYard. You just, the link to this show is pinned at the top. You can jump in right now if you want to. We're here. It's easy. I don't have to set anything up. I don't have to futz around with audio for the guests or anything like that. I don't have to do anything. They just need to make sure that their cameras plugged in, and that's it. Oh, the functional gentleman is. Have I been talking to you this whole time? You just joined in. Thank you, my man. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. Your show starts at 7. Your show's on Mondays at 7, right? I think I'll be able to join you for your show on. Shoot me an email. Give me the details and time and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure that I could join your show while I'm still on my show. I think we can figure that out. It's entirely possible. Anything is possible. Literally anything is possible. Hell, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we can figure it out. Let's do it. Why not? But I'm just thinking, having one of these forum shows where we have like normal people, maybe some whiskey tubers joining me, just kicking around. Okay, Friday. I will not be streaming on Friday. And I will absolutely be able to join you Friday night. I'll absolutely be able to join you Friday, without question, because I'll be off that day. I'll be done. We're going to close shop at 9:00 after the release of the whiskey. We'll be releasing the whiskey from 6 to 9 p.m. I'll close up shop at 9 p.m. and then I'll join you on your show. It'll be great. Fantastic. And I should have one of the freshly minted bottles of Boomtown Bourbon in my hands, and we'll talk. I'm sorry I won't be able to get a bottle of our freshly minted Boomtown Bourbon in your hands, because we're literally bottling it up next week. But we could talk about the release. We could talk about we could talk about all the stuff. It'll be fun. I really hope it's not skunky. I mean, it's a real risk that it could be skunky. The last 2 pulls off of the barrels that I've had have been absolutely divine and fantastic. So I'm not really worried that it'll be skunky, but there's always that risk. There's always that little risk. But it's a very little risk at this point. We have not even 7 days. Today's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 4 days from now, we crack the barrels and start loading them up. It'll be about 3, 4 in the morning when I go live. 8 or 9 on the barrels. It's going to be a whole damn process. They're 5-gallon barrels. This is a 5-gallon barrel filled with at least 4 gallons of alcohol. 4 gallons of alcohol. Hey Siri, how much does 4 gallons of alcohol weigh? 4 gallons of alcohol weighs 11.9 kilograms. Come on, Siri. 26.3 pounds. So let's say the barrel weighs 3 or 4 pounds by itself. So let's say it's 30 pounds. Every one of these barrels is going to weigh 30 pounds, which isn't a lot of weight, but it's a barrel. It's a whole size thing. I mean, it's not like a barrel. It's like a barrel. It's like this big. So I've got to figure, either lift up 30 gallons and dump it, or just kind of roll it up a ramp and dump it in there. You're trying to convince the wifey to make the trip out there. Yeah, come on out, man. We're not gonna have a big to do on Friday. We're gonna be open on Saturday. I'm not gonna have a band. I'm not gonna have food. I'm not gonna have anything like that. Just like come on out. We'll have a few bottles set aside for some cocktails. We'll just hang out and have some cocktails. But we just didn't have the resources to be able to get a band or get anything else like that to come out and hang out. But maybe I'll reach out to my boy Mike Gallo. Maybe I'll reach out to my boy Ryan Adam Wells. Maybe I'll reach out to some of these guys and to see if we can, retain the crowd a little bit longer than the noise you hear in the background, assuming you hear the noise, is a carabiner. I found this and I'm fiddling with it. I need to just quit doing that. But yeah, come out, come check out the place, come see the place. It's not fancy, not yet. We're working on it. I'm working on building out the tasting room, getting the capital together to develop the tasting room, working on being able to do all the stuff. So, but doing a show on like a Saturday night, doing a 3 or 4 hour forum type of thing. We have 3 or 4 people up with me. It's part of this Project 360 plan that I'm working on. I don't know if I want to make it a permanent feature of the channel, but doing something like this, probably not going to be 4 hours either. It's probably going to be closer to 6. We'll probably start at 10 and just keep going. But the challenge that I run into on Saturday nights is that's usually date night with the missus. That's when we have a chance to go out and do stuff together, because she's a teacher. She obviously has to wake up in the morning. So we can't just go out randomly on Tuesday or Wednesday nights. So YouTubing I don't want YouTubing to cut into my own personal life. But in the effort to work towards monetization and getting the channel monetized, that may just be what we have to do. So playing around with stuff like that, playing around with ideas like that. I mean, it may simply be a case of the matter where I won't be able to monetize my channel until I have 5,000 or so subscribers, because I really need to have 10 times as many viewers on my uploaded videos. I mean, we have 150 or so views. It needs to be closer to 1,500. Which means A, I need to make better content, and B, I need to connect it with audiences better. But I also need to build a better audience, or build a bigger audience. But yeah, that's long-term plan. Hopefully by the end of this year, the end of 2023, I will have finally figured out how to monetize, make money off of the YouTube channel. in ways other than just steering people back to the distillery and selling alcohol. Um, but that is that is our main function as a distillery, is actually making alcohol. I'm not a I tell people this all the time. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a whiskey maker. I'm a whiskey guy who has a YouTube channel. There's a difference. Two big differences there. Big difference between those two things. I'm not a YouTuber with a whiskey distillery. I'm a whiskey distiller with a YouTube channel. And that's, important to remember for me too, because this is what I do for a living. This is what I need to do for a living. I need to make my Boomtown bourbon and straight whiskey, or special reserve and double oak rye and straight whiskey. I need to make that stuff because that's delicious. That's what we do. But as far as making the whiskey goes, and I should put the caption back up there. You can ask me anything, and let's talk everything. Yeah, I'll go with that one because that has my Teespring merch link there. But speaking of talking everything, what we've done this year, the state of the distillery, is we've cleaned up a lot of old processes and actually made the distillery a little bit stronger than it was when we started 2022. I thought at the beginning of 2022, I thought at the beginning of 2021, we were on a very good mission, very good focus. We were going to be doing the rye, adding the rye in 2021. And we did. We added the rye in 2021. We were on a capital campaign. We ran a capital campaign. We launched the new whiskey, and everything was looking in the right direction. We connected with a marketing firm that was going to help us launch the whiskey, and everything was going to be. And at the end of 2021, the marketing firm hadn't really done. They hadn't like the one thing that I really needed them to do was coordinate with our distributor and smooth over the communication between us and the distributor and work on incentive programs and making sure that they were committed to the brand and doing all the stuff. Turns out our distributor was in the process of selling to a larger distributor here in Texas, and they didn't pick up the quantities that they said they were going to pick up at the end of 2021, and that kind of fucked us. And that put us in a very perilous position at the beginning of 2022. Very perilous position at the beginning of 2022. And that forced me to go out and talk to another distributor in order to kind of do an end run around the distributor that literally wasn't doing anything close to what they said they were going to do. And that put that got some of the product moving at the beginning of 2022, and that put us in a little bit better place. The year looked like it was going a little bit better. We had one sector of our retail activities handled by one distributor and another sector of our retail activities handled by a different distributor, and things were going to kind of go on these parallel paths, and it probably would have been fine because they wouldn't have crossed back over. But then the sale goes through in like early March. And then I get a call from the sales manager at the distributor saying, "Hey, we saw the brand that we carry, that we distribute for you on another distributor's website." I'm like, "Yeah, they mostly do independents, and y'all were focused over here, and they were focused over here. Y'all don't really cross paths, so it's not that big of a deal." He said, "Well, we kind of want exclusivity." I said, "Okay, well, let's talk about exclusivity and see if we can kind of figure out how to make that work." We had a meeting in their office, and he said, instead of being a decent person and calling us up and saying, "Nah, we don't really need to have this meeting. We're gonna make the decision to go separate ways," they decided to have me go all the way down there and talk to them and try and feel them out to find out if they were actually going to be a distributor for everybody, and actually be a distributor and actually try to sell the whiskey. They had me go all the way down there and find this out, and then tell me that they were going to go a different direction. I was like, that's great. I was not really Not really enthusiastic about giving y'all exclusivity anyway. So it worked out really good. But that whole process set us back another 2 or 3 months for getting everything up and running with the new distributor. And at the same time, meanwhile, costs of inputs went up significantly. Like the base product that we use for our straight whiskey and special reserve went from $4,000 a tote, which is 2,500, 250 gallons, $4,000 for 250 gallons to $2,700 for 50 gallons. Yeah. That is a kick in the nuts. That is a hard kick right square in the ball sack. The base product for our rye, we take our rye, we go to MGP. We don't go to MGP for the straight whiskey and special reserve. We go to a smaller distiller for that. But for the rye, we go to MGP and we get 2.5 gallon or 2.5-year-old rye, and then we take it into the distillery, add oak staves to it, and age it for another 6 to 9 months to give it the equivalent of 7.5 years in the barrel. Are we frozen? To activate chat, please enable channels. Is the channel, what happened to the channel? Is something going on? Testing. I'm getting an error notification from Restream here. Activate the channel here. Channel's active. We're streaming right now. And I'm getting a warning. Okay, there we go. We're good. Testing. Did that work? We're going to go through just the YouTube. Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that worked. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm feeling very comfortable with how Restream is working. I'm hoping that we get a few people join me later to make sure that everything continues to work. But that's cool. And I also like the fact that this tells me, when I look at the chat, it tells me what time in the broadcast it came. So you don't see it over here, but I see it over here on the side of my screen. This is at the 23-minute mark. I'm at the 38-minute mark. So I know that this chat came 17 minutes ago. That's clever. That's helpful. Possibly helpful. I don't know if it's very helpful. Anyway, what was I talking about? What was I saying? But yeah, the prices just flew through the roof, and I've been waiting for those prices to come back down. I am seeing comments. Yes, I see comments. Wait, the last comment that I saw. Yeah, we're good. There was one missed comment. The seems good on my end comment is not on my screen, but the other screens. Well, let me do the chat overlay. Put the chat overlay back up. Interesting. I do the chat overlay, and they say no comments or no comments. New comments will display here. Interesting. So I guess when I turn off the chat overlay, comments go away. When I turn it back on, there it is. Yeah. So there was one comment that was lost. The one between your smiling, laughing faces and me saying testing. There was one comment that was lost. The one where it says looks good on my end. That is the comment that I lost. Ironically. So I'll close this and I turn chat overlay back on. Huh. Interesting. Pennsylvania just raised prices 4% across the board of the state liquor stores. Yeah, and this increase in prices cost me to. These are increases that I could not absorb. These are increases that I just simply could not absorb from the. I was able to absorb when it went from $4,000 to $5,000, but I couldn't absorb a double on top of that. I could not do that. But anyway. I was scrambling around there for 6 months, just trying to figure out how we're going to run a damn company, uh, and make bourbon and do all the stuff that we needed to do because I needed to pay fucking rent. So I went down to Gulf Coast Distilling and I talked to those guys. They're on the other side of town. They're Gulf Coast Distilling is on the southeast side of Houston. I'm up here on the north side of Houston. I went down and talked to those guys. I said, "Hey, can I borrow your stills for can I borrow your stills for a week to make some bourbon? Here's the recipe." They said, "Yeah, we can do this for you. We can do this with you." So they ran a run of our bourbon through their stills to make this batch of bourbon with us. And yeah, I put the tote on a truck, brought it back out here, and it's been sitting in my barrels since September of last year. But man, I can't tell you how hard it is to be patient when you've got that much bourbon sitting in your distillery and just sitting there waiting and you're staring at it. But by the middle of February, we should have, let's see here. This month we're going to have, about 20 cases come out. February, we're going to have triple that. We're going to have 60 cases coming out in February, or by the end of February, early March. And then we'll have, I need to get some bottles. I need to get some labels. We're going to have a redesigned label for March. We're going to have a special edition label in May, and we're going to have another special edition label in April. And we're going to talk about the April release, the special April label in or next week during the live stream on Monday or Tuesday, I think. But that's going to be a label that is related to opening day and the Gangsta Mattress Mac, the special release of the Gangsta Mattress Mac label. Groom my beard here. I noticed, like, I don't know if y'all can see this. My beard, you see this little hook right here? This little dark patch of fur right there. So it curls. Look at that. My beard curls down here at the bottom. It curls up. It curls out like this. And if you look at it straight on, it kind of comes down and goes this way. It kind of comes down and hooks. Where is it going? It kind of hooks this way. So I've got this wave in my beard down here, and I've noticed that, and it's bothering me so much right now. See, you see how it curls? Boop, boop, boop. So, I know about it now, and I'm trying to like just comb it out and keep it straight. But I'm pretty sure that I'm going to shave this entire thing off very soon. It's long enough that I can actually put it in my mouth. That's so gross. So Mike, why did Pennsylvania raise their prices 4%? That's the retail price across. That's their retail, right? If the state is raising 4% across the board at the state liquor stores, that's the state setting prices. Is that an additional tax that they dropped on the a tax or a fee that they dropped on the products that they're selling, or is it something else going on? 4% does not sound like it doesn't sound like an inputs cost of doing business type of thing. But anyway, so yeah, that's the state of the distillery as of the end of the year. This is that we're finally at the point now where we're able to release this bourbon. We're finally at the point where we're releasing the bourbon. This is why we're here. This is the culmination now of 3 years worth of work. 3 years worth of work, 3 years worth of trial and error and working on getting this stuff done. We're finally at a spot now where we're able to get this out. And I thought it was going to happen 2 years ago, to be completely honest. Get this first batch of bourbon out 2 years ago, and that we would start having growing volume going out the door. But best laid plans just kind of don't happen the way you expect them to. I was expecting we would have more of a. This is getting weird. Jump off 6 a.m. comes early. Yeah, shoot me that email. Let me know the times. Friday next week. I will jump on your stream next Friday after the release, and we'll talk. We'll talk whiskey, my man. This will be fun. It'll be fun, and yeah, I'll keep my eyes open for that. So shoot it on over. Top Shelf Dustin's in the house, my main man. Welcome to the party, Dustin. What's the story there? The retail price for all customers, everything goes to the state. Even bars, restaurants have to buy from the state. Okay, so they just jack the retail price. Okay, so I put comments back over there on the side. They just jack the retail price. That makes sense, I guess. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but don't. The video looks meh. Okay, so I'm going through Restream today, and I'm literally just kicking the dust off of Restream to see if Restream is better than. To see if Restream. I don't have light on. Does that help? To see if Restream is better than StreamYard or equal to StreamYard or anything else, but it's at 780. I think the output is 780, not 1080, or 720, not 1080. Pennsylvania played Johnstown flood tax was 18% tax, and another 6% sales tax on top of that. Huh. Interesting. Pennsylvania is a curious little state. But yeah, I'm using Restream for the first time. I'm kicking around the idea of getting a subscription through the Restream folks, or the either through Restream or through StreamYard. Restream is $8 cheaper a month, $16 a month. 16 times 12 is 190, almost 200. 16 times 12 is $200, right? Times 12, 192. So it's $50 cheaper, basically, than StreamYard. And neither one of them has streaming limits. The free Restream doesn't have streaming limits. The free StreamYard has a 20-hour streaming limit. So I'm playing around with this because this is a really easy form. I like the layout. The layout looks great. It's an easy forum for having guests on. And if we wanted to do trivia, we could do trivia. I think Restream has some back studio widgets. I'm going to play with Streamlabs. It was recommended. Streamlabs was recommended. The Functional Gentleman podcast. Go check their channel out. They're a new. They look to be a relatively new channel. They make a fairly solid broadcast, a solid show. They are adding YouTube subscribers as we speak, so go check those guys out. And I think they're local to the Houston area too, so that's kind of cool all the way around with those guys. Just this versus last stream, the video drop is a pretty big loss. So last night was OBS. Last night was OBS. I went out through OBS. And then 2 nights ago on Wednesday night, I used StreamYard. So it's entirely possible that this stream is not as clear as OBS's stream, because OBS, I think, is a better platform for just a solo shot. So if I'm just doing a solo show, if I'm just recording video for an upload, or if I'm just doing something like that, OBS is fine. But if I want to have guests on, if somebody wants to click the invite guests. If somebody wants to click on the thing and be up here and chat, see these forums like this website, Restream and StreamYard, are great for adding guests. It's so much. OBS is so hard to add a guest because you gotta use all these outside. Guests can add channels to this stream. I don't know how to do that, but I'm going to turn that on. Okay, so in the professional plan and the no restream watermark streams up to 6 hours, teams total 2 seats, 5 channels. On the professional plan, which is $41 a month, stream up to 8 channels, record and stream up 10 hours, total of 10 seats. One of these you can add. There it is. Add streams from third-party tools. Zoom, OBS. Just you can't see what I'm looking at, but trust me, it says that. So let me watch as we watch. I need to have like movement and action and stuff like that so I can see what's going on. Yeah, I mean, I'm kicking off some of the dust from these old technology. I used to go through Restream. I used to broadcast from OBS to Restream so that I could use Restream to go to Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube all at the same time. And then I just stopped doing Facebook and YouTube or Facebook and Twitter because I wasn't getting anything out of Facebook and Twitter. It wasn't worth doing. And I didn't see a path where I could monetize Facebook or Twitter. So I figured I'd just focus on using YouTube because there wasn't a whole lot of overlap between Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. They just kind of stayed in their own silos. So I would tell people, hey, we're about to go live on YouTube through the Twitter and Facebook channels, but I wouldn't tell people, I wouldn't go live on Facebook or Twitter or Twitch for that matter. That was the other one that they were using. There's 17 states and Pennsylvania is one of them. The liquor states are controlled. Yeah. Those control states. They're really hard to break into. I think Washington used to be a control state, but they switched over to private, and it was a messy switch over. But they've managed to pull it off. I guess probably. But yeah, I think Louisiana was a control state, and I think Georgia might have been one. I can't remember. Pennsylvania, Utah, North Carolina have some of the strictest liquor control laws in the country. Ironic, considering Pennsylvania was like one of the first biggest distilling states in the Union. I mean, rye whiskey came from, and that was one of the biggest rye whiskey producing regions in the country was Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania and Maryland. As a matter of fact, I mean that's where the Whiskey Rebellion happened, was in Pennsylvania, of all places. Go figure. Okay, so anyway, but yeah, that's what I'm kicking around this idea because I want to have. I'm going to have a guests coming in on Wednesday night next week virtually, and I want to kick around this idea of doing a forum show on Saturday nights where we have invited panel members to join us. To talk about just, whatever. Right down from me in Washington County. Yeah. 1792, baby. That was a long time ago. But yeah, I want to kick off this idea in February, probably, of doing a forum show where we have 4 or 5 people on the show all at once, but have it moderated so everybody's not yelling back and forth and there's not just dead air of people going because that's dreadful. And we'll probably have some drinks. Well, we want to talk about what cocktails are up. A happy hour. Let's take that Wednesday night concept and expand it out. Instead of having chat scrolling on the side, having people like actually talking, and it kind of be an open forum, and not just me reading chat, but an open forum with me and people actually talking back and forth and reading chat. And we can not unlike what Bacon does on Friday, not unlike what the 21090 guys do on Tuesday at the end of their show, not unlike what is done. But you know, I want to moderate it a little bit better so that I can kind of keep things moving and keep things flowing and keep things going along, so we don't just have dead air and dead conversation, or people, stopping everybody and stopping everything from happening and saying, "I just wanted to let you know that I'm not intoxicated, but I think all of you are beautiful people." And then that just like kills everything for like 3 minutes while everybody gets everything back on track. So, there you go. And if anybody does that on my show, I'm probably just going to kick them off. Poof. You're going to the drunk tank. Bye. Oh, goodness. But yeah, so I'm testing out StreamYard. I'm testing out Restream. I want to test out Streamlabs. The whatever, I guess they're owned by Logitech now, the offshoot of OBS. I thought Streamlabs and OBS were the same company. I thought they were intertwined with each other, but they're not. So there you go. But they did use OBS, I believe, to get their shit started, because I distinctly remember back in 2020 integrations between StreamYard and OBS, and how closely integrated those two things were, those two platforms were. So I just never could fully comprehend or fully understand how to use Streamlabs. And it also seemed that Streamlabs was well designed for gaming streams, and I was not a gaming stream by any stretch of the imagination. So there was that as well. But next week, Monday, early Monday, I'll be getting up, going to the distillery, firing up my camera box, and getting started on the unbarreling and unboxing of our bourbon. We're going to get the filtration started. I've got a triple filtration process I need to go through for my bourbon. It needs to be 3 times filtered in order to make sure that we don't have any particulate coming out of that stuff, which means it is a solid 6 hours of those damn filters running in the background, because it takes about 2 hours to filter through one barrel of that whiskey. So I've got to dump it, proof it, filter it. And that'll probably be most of the first day. And then I'll probably have some projects going in the background. Maybe play a game. I don't know. I wonder if Restream has a light enough footprint on my browser that I could actually play. I wonder if I got some browser games that I could play through Restream. Let me see here. Do we have browser games that I can do? Those are libdib stuff. Heat, 53 gallon. But we're definitely going to be talking about projects that I'm going to be working on at the distillery. We're going to be talking about let's try this. The Wheel of Names. Let's see if we can do that. Wheel of Names. Let's see if that chokes out anything going on with. So this was the last drawing that we did when we had the spin. I clear off the name. You know what? We're just going to do it. I'm going to see if it works. See if it chokes, because we had a little bit of problem with it on StreamYard or on OBS. But it seems to be working. That was Amanda. Good. We'll go ahead and remove that name. Remove all instances. We're going to spin it a few times because I want to make sure that it's working. We're spinning it. It seems to be running pretty seamlessly, and there's a bunch of names on this wheel. It's not perfectly seamless, but it seems to be running it okay. Lazy Nate would have won. Remove all instances of Lazy Nate. Getting fewer names, getting a little bit smoother. Let's go again. Now, I think there's a widget. I think there's a widget that can be added. All instances there. Add source tools, local video storage presentations, extra camera. I thought there were widgets. Let's see here. Let me look and see. I'm gonna click on the help button and see if that works. What about widgets? Are there? No, that's not at all. How to add Facebook, restream, track, connect with pair. Yes, not at all. Okay, close you back up. Restream. Yes. See if that helps. Remove all lenses and hit it. Site, your go-to streaming, see plans, pricing, upload stream, web player, live chat, stream, chat, embed restream chat into OBS, stream to your own website, restream from widgets to reply commands. That's Facebook. Restream.io, Streamlabs. Yeah, they don't seem to have like widgets and stuff that you can jam into there. All right, remove. What happened? Hey, it doesn't look like it's. It doesn't look like it's changing anything. It looks like it's working all right. I see error. Page unresponsive. Hang on a second. Why is page unresponsive? What's happening? Hot sunflowers. Yeah, we're something going on here. The connection issue. Okay. Let's close. Let's stop sharing the screen. Let's see if this fixes it. All right. Yeah, it looks like it fixed it. Okay. There you go. We were having, so it doesn't look like I'll be able to do, hi sunflowers. It doesn't look like I'll be able to do gaming or anything like that, but that's fine. I knew my computer's not strong enough to be able to do that kind of graphics overload on the setup anyway. That's fine. But I can still do this. Boom. And put the comment down at the bottom. Bum, 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 bum. So did that fix it? Okay, so audio's good, video's good. Okay, that fixed it. That solved the problem. I just closed that. So I was just doing too much graphics and it was making my computer choke. All right, the link is in chat. The link is pinned to the top. I'm going to go freshen up my water. I will be right back. I'm going to turn on let's see here. Which one of these is a minute? One of these is a minute long. That's 38 seconds. That's 28 seconds. This one, this one's a minute. I'll be right back in about 1 minute. There we go. It took me 45 seconds actually to get back into my chair. Will Lisa ever come back? I guarantee you Lisa will be coming back. She will be coming back. In fact, I think I'll be able, I'm pretty sure she'll be at the distillery next week. Pretty sure. I can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty sure. I feel fairly confident. She did ask me last week if I was going to do trivia, and I said I wasn't planning on doing trivia. I hadn't actually had a plan for the show this week either. I just wanted to try this out and see if it would work. Test the Restream Studio and see how that would work. So it's working fine. And we're at like 3.5 hours right now. But yeah, I miss talking to Lisa too. We chat on a fairly regular basis. Every like 3 or 4 days, I send her a message and she sends me a message and we chit chat back and forth. She was really busy, really super duper busy at the end of the year. She had a whole lot of work stuff that she was doing. She had one of her coworkers had gotten sick and like his entire workload dropped in her lap. Yeah, it was a big honking mess at the end of the year, which is why she did not make it out here for New Year's. She was taking a break and she went to Green, Texas, and went and watched the Mavericks play at Green Dance Hall in Green, Texas. So that's where she was that day. The pin message. Show it. There it is. If you want to join me, you can join me. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here for another, let's see, probably another hour. Because I really want to see how this shakes out over the course of 2, maybe even 3 hours. I want to see how Restream works. I want to get a feel for it. Because I am considering getting the full subscription for the next year. It's going to be about $195, $192 to get a subscription for the whole year. And then I can set up our logo up here in the corner up there. I can set up backgrounds with the logo and stuff like that. Maybe a GIF, repeating logo, spinning logo thing. I don't know, some kind of imagery or something for the Boomtown Bourbon. But I want to do a forum show on the weekends, where we can, gather together and have a group community happy hour, community-wide happy hour for and StreamYard has streaming limits. They have a 20-hour streaming limit each month. So I couldn't do something like this through StreamYard, but I could do something like this through Restream. I could even hold on to the free Restream if I wanted to, but I think the group, the basic package that they offer would serve the needs that we have for the show. Because again, we're chasing that 4,000 hours. I'm at Now 1,945 last I saw. 1,945, which is up from 1,800 and something last month. So we're going in the right direction. We're just not going in the right direction fast enough. We should be at the end of this month. If I was on pace and hitting my targets at the end of this month, I'd be at something like 2,200. Somewhere near 2,200 would be the goal. Let me open it up and see. I have my spreadsheets tracking all this stuff because I'm a dork. I'm a giant dork. If I look at my hour tracking, my progress, I'm still under 50%, which is frustrating. Where I should be, where I started the month was, what had happened was, where's sheet one? So I started at 1895 at the beginning of the month. If I were adding 360 hours this month, that would be 2255. 4,000 divided by 12 is 333 hours. So if I added 333 to 1895, I would be at 2228. Close you. So let me share that screen. So that's where I'd be. Boom. No. Boom. Yeah. This is, God, I'm such a dork. This is my spreadsheet. I'm tracking it. These are not important. Well, these last three lines are not important. But this is where I started, 1895. If I hit my 360 target, I'm at 2255. It doesn't look like I'm going to hit the 360 target. 333 is 4,000 divided by 12. That's the monetization goal, the monthly monetization. So 2228 would be where I end up if I successfully net 333 additional hours. I'd be at 2228. As of right now, I'm at 1945, and we're 2/3 of the way through the month. So I don't see it happening this month. Of course, I track the hours that come from each show, beginning of the month, end of the month. As of the 19th, this is where I'm on. As of 01/19/23, I am on pace for 95 hours this month, and I haven't updated this for the last couple of shows. So I'm a giant dork. I'm a giant goober who tracks everything on spreadsheets. Because if you can record it, you can manage it. Record it, report it, and management. Those are the three buzzwords from your business class back in college. So the goal this month is to hit the 2255. I'll probably do it with the 72-hour live stream extravaganza next week. I will probably get 100 and something hours out of that. I'm breaking up again. Okay. Oh no, wait, I'm still here. That breaking up, that was an old one. Sorry, that's the new one right there. Boom. Sunflowers still here. Thank you. Anyway, so I'll get at least 70 hours out of the 72-hour extravaganza. I'll get at least 70. For sure, I'll get at least 70, right? I mean, I'll watch me. But so if I get 70 with the 95, I don't know. Most months I get like in the 130-hour range. That's not enough. I need double that, which might simply mean I need more subscribers. I don't know. I'm not discouraged yet because I only just started this stupid project. So I'll figure it out. It'll all come together. I mean, we're adding subscribers. So the state of the channel update. We're adding subscribers at a steady clip. Shorts are doing very good as far as exposure. to the channel and getting people added in. Most of the time, I get positive feedback on my shorts. Every once in a while, I do a short that just pisses people off, and it's funny because the people that it's pissing off are people who are like flat earthers and young earthers, and people who are like, no, fossils don't make oil. Oil comes from dirt and mineral adjustments. There's no proof that. Where have you ever been to the center of the earth? I'm like, Jesus Christ, you people don't know how fucking science works. Come on, man. But just today, like, people commiserate with you when you tell them that Brussels sprouts are terrible. They agree. Like today, Brussels sprouts. I did another Brussels sprouts. How to make the best Brussels sprouts ever. The guy says you pull them off the vine. They don't come on a vine; they come on a stalk. You pull off the stalk, and I say, you know what? And then you throw them directly into the trash. You don't eat that shit. That's garbage food. But Miss Harriet Carpenter likes them, so props to her. Props to Harriet for liking Brussels sprouts because they are an empirically healthy food. I just think they taste like garbage because they do. Because they do. There you go. I think do I want to drink? Do I want to drink? I had a webinar today for a new distributor, and I can't use the new distributor because I don't have the resources to use the new distributor. They don't provide the resources that I need. Terrific. Super terrific. Do I want to drink tonight? Do I want to drink my bourbon, or do I want to drink something else? What do we have tonight? I'm not having absinthe. That's disgusting. We have rum. I've got rum. I've got some straight whiskey. I'm not really in the mood for a drink, Got a bottle of straight whiskey here. I got a little bit of straight whiskey. What's this? Paint. I need to clean my desk. Why y'all let me live like this? Why y'all let me live with this? Oh, I got a Oishi whiskey. I'm going to have some of that. That's good. I'm going to have some of that. And not that anything else up here isn't good, but I haven't had Oishi in a long time. I almost forgot I had it back there. Well, no, I did. I did forget I had it back there. I straight up forgot I even had it. What is going on here? My glass is dirty. I'm going to clean my glass. So Sunflowers is here with me. Who else is here with me? Is it just me? Who else is here? Who's in chat? Is it just me? It's just me, isn't it? That's fine. We frozen? No, we're not frozen. Okay, well, I'm going to pull the chat overlay off. I'm going to clean my glass with my handy dandy towel here. GoPro. What is GoPro? Oh, GoPro is the plans upgrade to enjoy advanced features. So I'm pretty satisfied with Restream. I like it. It's pretty okay. And you know what, Sunflowers, if you're still out there, go ahead and hit the button and come join me because I want to chat with you. We had lively chat yesterday about America being superpower, and you expressed your skepticism in chat about America being a superpower. You expressed skepticism in the face of my optimism, and I wanted to chat about that. I want to explore that a little bit more. If you're interested in doing so. I don't think I had to be on TV right now. You don't have to. It's fine. Nobody's watching. It doesn't matter. Oh, you can't join. The camera and microphone are blocked. Really? Interesting. Interesting. So, Oishi Whiskey was the first and only whiskey review I did on my channel. It's a rice whiskey made in Japan, finished with an Islay cask. It is 43.8% alcohol by volume, so it's a little bit less alcohol by volume than my whiskeys. My whiskeys are 45% ABV, but Oishi Whiskey is a rice whiskey made in Japan, finished in Islay casks, and interestingly enough, it tastes like a scotch. And it should taste like a scotch. There's several reasons why it should taste like a scotch. One, the whiskey industry in Japan is very, very enamored with scotch. Scotch was the first whiskeys that were introduced to Japan. They were wildly popular in Japan, have always been wildly popular in Japan. And when Japan started making their own whiskey domestically, they really did do their level best to copy that flavor and style. Rice is a very neutral grain. I mean, you've eaten rice before, right? It doesn't taste like anything. It tastes like a little ball of starch. It doesn't taste. There's not a flavor to rice. You don't eat rice and go, this tastes like rice. You eat rice and go, this tastes like nothing. It tastes like paper. It's rice. The lack of flavor is a hallmark of rice. That's why it can go with just about any kind of food, because it can mimic the flavor and absorb the flavor of just about any other kind of food. Oishi Whiskey, finished in an Islay cask, using rice as its base, should taste like scotch. But also culturally, they just like scotch in Japan, so it makes sense that their whiskey would taste like scotch. And finally, the processes that they use to make it, using pot still, copper pot stills, et cetera, very closely mimics the processes that they do in Scotland. So from the process to the preference to the finishing, and just the type of the palate of the grain, it makes sense that Oishi whiskey would taste a lot like a scotch, and it is a delightful. It's a very heavy flavored drink, and I like it. It's very delightful. Lisa, not so much. She doesn't like the heavy flavor, the heavy flavor that you get in a scotch. She's not a big scotch fan, but she definitely likes the lighter flavors of whiskey from our straight whiskey, special reserve, and our bourbon. She's not a big fan of the rye. The rye's got a little bit more pop to it than what she's comfortable with and prefers. So there you go. Throwback to my review of Oishi whiskey. I wonder what would happen if I smoked it. What kind of wood goes well with Oishi whiskey? Would it be apple? No. Apple, pecan, walnut. Apple, pecan, walnut. What's the other one that I have? Cherry. Oh, cherry would be really good for Oishi, because it's got a lightly sweet finish to it, but it's not sweet. You know what I mean? A lightly sweet finish. So there we go. 17 times 15 divided by 60, 4.25. We're doing okay on time. I would prefer we had more. All right. So where are we? What are we doing? You coming up, Chris? Coming up, Sunflowers? Are you gonna come join me? Or are you just gonna? You got your tech issue worked out? No, you're always welcome to join me. Always, always, always. Who's that? Is that Bacon? Did I just see Bacon's name come up on my phone? There's a lag over here on that. I'll be damned. The goddamn Bacon has just joined me on the party. Welcome to the party, Bacon. The link is pinned in the messages. I think it's pinned. Is it pinned? No, it's not. The link is pinned. I'm going to pin it right now. Pin. It's pinned on my chat on my screen. So I can see it over here on my chat. On my chat next to my screen, I can see it. But y'all can't see it. So I just pinned it in chat. If y'all want to come join me, you're welcome to join me. I'll stay on for as long as this is fun to do. But what I'm doing tonight, Bacon, is just taking Restream.io for a spin to see if it's as good, as stable as StreamYard. It's cheaper than StreamYard. If I want to pay for the subscription, it's cheaper than StreamYard. But what it does that StreamYard doesn't do, it does not put a limit on how much I can stream. StreamYard has a 20-hour limit. Restream does not. So I'm kicking around the idea for a couple of forum type shows where we have invited guests that join me on the forum, and we fill out 4 or 5 seats on the panel up here, and we talk about events from the week. I'd like to get a couple of whiskey tubers in on the party, a couple of normies that come in, and we could just talk shit. Find out what they've had to drink this week, what they found that's new, what they found that's interesting. If any of them have found anything new and interesting, have a cocktail or something that somebody's found, somebody's discovered, somebody's considered. Just I want to have a formatted forum show. Where it's not a total free for all. We actually have topics wherever to go. You can't control when it blows. That's what she said. But one of the biggest, my brand is a channel, so I don't want it to just spin completely out of control. I can't have people coming onto my live forum shows and taking off their shirts and harassing people and screaming racial epithets or anything like that. I've got to have some control over this sort of thing. So that's going to be kind of the that's the idea that I'm kicking around and playing around with right now. And I really need to clean my office. God damn, this place is a mess. But I'm working on it. I've cleaned out 4 boxes of bottles. I've cleaned out 48 bottles, empty bottles that have just been sitting in here from tastings and stuff that we've done over the last several months and years. Got a lot of clutter to clean through still, but not impossible because I am a thinking monkey, and thinking monkeys can do a lot of things, like make weed lamps. Yeah, maybe I get a marijuana connoisseur to come on the show next week during the live stream. A marijuana connoisseur. Like, tell me, Burnout Bobby, what are the flavors of marijuana you like most? What are the ones that really get you there best? And do you have any samples? Let's see, Bacon, your show on Friday nights is fun. It is ideal. It works great. Like, the people that come up. It doesn't get out of control. We're respectful to each other when we're talking. It goes anywhere it's going to go. I mean, granted, it can be anything and go anywhere. But for the most part, people are respectful to each other, and it's a well-oiled show. But I've seen others where it's just dreadful and it's hard to watch and it is not interesting. And I don't want to do stuff that's not interesting. I don't want to do stuff that doesn't get it, that's not engaging, that's not fun, that's not interesting. I want a good happy hour. You can sit next to that table of the people talking and just listen in and people watching and hear what they're having to say and be like, actually, maybe jump into the conversation a little bit. Say, hey guys, you mind if I buy y'all drinks and get in a conversation? And then it just keeps going from there. And they're like, we don't know who this normie is, but let's let him in, give him a chance. And then you come in and you say, well, actually, the Earth is flat, and let me tell you how. And then they just kind of drum you out. Because you did have that dude who popped in that one time who was like, let's talk about the apocalypse. And you're like, oh, you're a weirdo. That was such a bizarre experience. I thought this was the apocalypse hour, or the what does Bacon call this show? The apocalypse report. That's what. I thought this was the apocalypse report. You don't want to talk about the apocalypse? Let me tell you what it says in Isaiah about the apocalypse. I'm like, oh, Jesus. He's like, yeah, exactly. Like, God damn it. He's like, yeah, that's part of it too. Son of a bitch. That actually was kind of funny. Joining us live from an undisclosed location, the one and only Sunflowers.
Hello.
I don't have my headphones in. I can't hear
I'll
you.
be right back.
There you are. The
Hello.
one and only Sunflowers.
I'll be right back. Sorry, I have to be right back.
I hear you talking, but I don't know what you're saying. There you are. Welcome,
Can you hear me?
Sunflowers. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'll be right back.
She comes on the show and then she leaves immediately. I love that. That's hilarious. That makes me laugh. Just like that. See, I laugh. I laugh. I laugh at the face of disaster. Take that laugh at you. All right, so Sunflowers is just joining. And check it out. I can just go boop and poop her out just like that. I can poop her back in. Boop, 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 boop. It's awesome. I can swap us back and forth. I can do that with Zoom too. Swap us back and forth. Does this do anything? No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But I mean, it works. And then I can do that. Boop. And that gives us the thing across the bottom. And we bring it back. And voila. Voila. As they say. I need to tell Nightbot to remind people to check out our merch at the Teespring store. Got that bot? Nightbot? Tell people to check out my merch. Get to it. I don't think that's how it works, though. Ask us anything. Ask us everything. Let's talk about everything. All right. So anyway, I'm going to switch this back to here. I like this better. No, I think we'll go with that. Yeah, I think we'll go with this. Because I don't like that background. That background's stupid. So anyway, Sunflowers is going to be joining us from her undisclosed location. She is currently on a sabbatical from her day job of inspecting nuclear missile silos. Not the nuclear missiles themselves, just the nuclear silos, because the silos need to be inspected on a very regular basis to make sure that they're in proper working order. Because you never know when two Avengers are going to have a fight inside of a nuclear missile silo. And when Captain America and Iron Man go at it, man, they just wreck everything. And then you've got to double check and make sure that everything's fine. But they don't tell you when they have the fight. They don't tell you when they're going to have a fight in a nuclear missile silo. They just do it. And then you have to go behind and go, did somebody have an Avenger fight in here or something? They go, yeah, it happened last weekend. There was an Avenger fight in here. Was anybody going to tell me? Or was I just going to have to be a surprise? Because I might not have been scheduled to come to this thing for 3 more months. And then we might have had a nuclear holocaust because y'all didn't tell me. And this one missile was going to be the one that hit the Kremlin. And they were like, oh, we didn't think about it. No big deal. So, yeah, so that's her day job. But she's currently on sabbatical from inspecting the silos themselves because it is. And it's been 2 years since her previous sabbatical. And she's on sabbatical now, working on her book, her great American novel, which is a story about a wandering nomadic hitchhiker living in the United States who has chosen the lifestyle of hitchhiking and living in national parks as he goes from coast to coast to coast to coast to coast to coast. But the chapter of his life that she's focusing on is not the part where he goes from east to west and west to east and back and forth across the country. This is the chapter of his life where he stopped in the middle of the country and he said, you know what? What if I go south? And this is the breathtaking adventures of a nomadic hitchhiker who has chosen to turn off of his given path to wander a new adventure south down the Mississippi River through the heartland of America for the first time. You know, he's spent 10 years traveling back and forth east and west across the United States, and for the first time, he's decided, hey, what if I went a different route? I mean, every time he went east and west, it was a different route, but this is a departure entirely, and it sounds a little bit reductive when I explain it out loud, but there are hijinks and adventure along the way, and it's a heartwarming story, but also from the first couple of chapters that I've read, it's a heartwarming story, but it is also a page-turning adventure novel, and I'm looking forward to reading the whole thing because she's a great writer, an awesome person, and the story is great so far. It's just fun to listen to. Fun to listen to when you hear people tell you, when you hear her talk about the book, but also just fun to like listen to that narration voice in your head as you're reading it. Yeah, it's fun. It's a great book. I can't wait. It should be coming out. I think she said she plans on finishing it sometime in 2024. But that part of the sabbatical is just like knocking out most of it. But you know, it's got to go through the editing process, and it's got to go through editing, final editing, publishing, distribution, all that stuff. So keep an eye out for it. I don't know what it's going to be called. Oh, hey, she's back. There, great. Sunflowers is back. I was just telling him about your great American novel that you're writing.
Is my volume okay?
Oh, you sound great.
Thank
sound
you.
Absolutely fantastic. And Bacon confirms that you work for Acme Supervillain or Acme Villain Support. That's awesome.
Wait.
No, I was telling everybody about your backstory.
No, what did it say? It says Sunflowers works what?
For Acme Villain Support. Yep. Because I was just telling people about your backstory and what you do.
Oh, the name of the person is at the bottom and their comments on top.
Right.
Oh,
I was telling everybody that you're on some.
I'm like, who names themselves that? Hi, Bacon. That's a little different.
Yeah, that is a little bit different. But I like it. I'm a big fan. Well, I'm not a fan of this format. It's fine.
The comments are a little weird, but you'll just get used to it. And I think for you, this is your best setup.
Yeah, I like this setup a little bit more. This is a really good setup for bringing people in on the forum. I like this better. I think I like this setup better than I like StreamYard.
Right.
I think I do. I definitely like it. It's definitely cheaper and it's got better features. So there's that. There's always that.
And it's easier. It's actually on a phone. For example, when I'm on StreamYards, I think I have to see a different screen to see the comments. Here, I can do it all at once.
Oh,
so for phone usage, Restream seems better.
Well, very cool.
And it wasn't your link. It was my phone setup that caused it to be blocked.
Oh, that makes sense.
All I had to do was learn how to change it.
Yeah, you got to give permissions to use your components and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So how you been?
I'm okay. I'm supposed to take a break from YouTube, so I'm not on as often as I could. I was gonna be total off, but then I'm like, You know,
You
as an
can't quit
adult, you
us.
adult too much, and then you're like, you need people and you need a break. So, I missed everybody, so I come by now and again. But I'm on this, I told Bacon, I'm on this journey to love myself.
I do that every morning.
That's cool. But no, I
That's
have to do it. I have things
that's
I
how I
need to
start
work
my
on.
day.
Oh, so you do self affirmations?
Oh no, I love myself every morning. That's how I wake up. And then sometimes right before lunch and sometimes right after lunch too.
Okay.
And then sometimes a couple more times before the kids get home from school. And then
That's cool.
sometimes another couple of times after they go to bed. You know,
But I've been
I hear
trying.
it's good for your blood pressure and heart health. So,
Ooh, okay. Maybe that's what I should do instead of my new eating habits.
new eating habits. Tell me more.
Yeah, because I
What
have
are you
type.
eating? What have you
Oh, I
cut
have
out
type
of or
2.
added to your diet?
Well, I have type 2 diabetes now.
Okay.
And so I've been going to see, well, actually, I do it via telehealth. I talk to a dietitian. So I learned all about the Mediterranean diet
Mhm.
and the food plate method. So that's what I've been trying to
The
do.
food
Am I
plate method.
perfect at it?
Explain that a little
No.
bit more.
Oh, you know how people near the Mediterranean Sea, the countries like Italy and Greece and
I'm familiar with the
okay,
area. Yes.
that's how they eat. You know, more fruits, vegetables, nuts, grains,
Okay.
fish, not so much meat, stuff like that.
I got you. Okay.
It's
So
one
it's
of the,
more.
I think they might classify it as the best way to eat.
Hmm.
But I'm also supposed to do physical activity. So now I got to do physical activity.
Well, yeah. You gotta get up and move. You know the hotter the furnace burns, the more you can shovel in.
Right. And that's why I struggle to do.
Yeah.
Because
Physical activity is tough.
because the dietitian said people think if you exercise, that's how you lose weight. No, it's what you eat in portion size. That's how you lose weight. What you do for physical fitness helps you sustain your weight loss.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they
And,
kind of work together. You know, you
mhm,
can't just sit on the couch and eat good food. You've got to get up and put that food to use, put that food to work.
right. And then the food plate method is you use a 9-inch plate, and then you're supposed to think in terms of fractions. So
Uh-huh.
like a half portion of your plate is supposed to be non-starchy vegetables, and I think the others are a fourth. But the point is, you have non-starchy vegetables that you could eat. If you want 2 different kinds, then it's a half a cup each.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can do up to a cup for your
Yeah.
size. And then you could have carbohydrates, same deal, a half a cup or a cup, depending on what you want. I think you could have one thing as a cup too. But anyways,
Right.
then you're supposed to have a protein. Protein, I think, what did she tell me? 2 to 3 ounces maybe.
Right. Right.
So wait, what's Bacon saying?
It matters what you eat, but they're not wrong, and he's right. Y'all are all right. It matters what you eat, and Chrome Dome Damage is in the party too. Welcome,
Oh, hi, Chrome Dome.
Chrome Dome Omega. Welcome to the party. That's a new name. I haven't seen that before. But yeah, I mean that makes. I've seen that before, where it's like from noon to 3 o'clock on your plate. You know, from noon to 3 o'clock, that's like a green vegetable. Then a protein is another quarter, and then the other half is like fruits and stuff, and
Right,
a slice for starch is the apportionment out based on the face
right.
of the clock.
But
I've heard that stuff too. And I think about what I had to eat today. I had cereal with milk, grain and
mhm,
starch. I had uh, uh, tilapia and rice for lunch. So meat and starch. And then for dinner we had eggs and sausage and pancakes. So
right. But you need to have
protein,
vegetables. But you need to eat
carbohydrates, and starch.
vegetables.
I didn't eat any fucking vegetables today. all day
Do you
long.
not like?
I didn't eat a single damn vegetable. It's not that I don't like it. I just didn't eat them.
Yeah, sometimes I don't eat all the things that it says. Like for breakfast or certain times of the day. Like I usually don't eat vegetables for breakfast.
Yeah.
That's more fruit. But
Who eats
anyways,
what vegetables do you
it's
eat at
just a
breakfast?
guide.
What vegetables can you eat? I guess you could have a spinach omelet. I guess you can throw some spinach
Mhm.
in an omelet.
No, basically, I think what the point of this is what you think you're supposed to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You should just mix it up. Like, who says you can't have pancakes for dinner?
I ate pancakes for dinner
So
tonight.
like,
Exactly.
if you want to make, so if you like stir fry, who says you can't eat stir fry for breakfast?
Yeah.
That's my point. Just mix it up. That's what I
but
do.
isn't breakfast supposed to be a meal that's mostly, or at least balanced between protein and carbohydrates? Because the idea
Actually,
is that breakfast is supposed to give you a long-term store of energy that you can use throughout the course of the day.
I
Or
don't
is that a myth?
remember, but there are slightly different rules for breakfast for the plate method.
Mm-hmm.
I have a sheet. I just don't remember have it memorized, but it is a tad different, I think.
I got that. And also for dinner, you don't want to eat it too late. And you don't want it to be
Well,
too
I wasn't
heavy.
told. I wasn't told what time, but I think you should eat no more than 5 hours in between. I think
Yeah.
somewhere between 3 and 5. I don't remember, but I was
But
told I should try to eat at the same time every day.
yeah. And
And then
typically
you
you
could
don't want
do
to eat.
snacks
You don't
if
want to
you
eat at
want.
10 o'clock if you're going to bed at 11 o'clock, because your body's going through this process of metabolizing and flushing out and doing all the stuff. And you don't need a
Right.
whole lot of calories to sleep, right? I mean,
Exactly. But I was told you could do like in the olden days, like when we were kids, the thought was eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 3 meals a day. But now the thing is you eat smaller meals and maybe 4 to 6, like you have snacks in between.
right.
But I don't have snacks because I ate them all. But anyways, the thing is, it depends on also how much it costs at the store. Because certain things are too expensive, so I couldn't do all the things that I wanted. So I'm not like so some of the things I'm eating I know isn't the best of for my health. Like there's better options, but I have no choice because it was too expensive. So I probably should have upped my exercise, but I'm not ready to start all that yet.
Yeah.
One thing at a time.
Generally, behavior change comes in increments. You do one little thing at a time, and that's generally a good formula for sustainable behavior change. You don't want to change everything all at once because that's so much to think about and so much to do, and it takes a ton of effort. But if you do one little thing, and then the next week you do another little thing, and the next week you do another little thing, they may not all stick, but after 3 or 4 weeks, you've got several behavior changes that start to matter.
Wait a minute, Bacon. How come you don't eat breakfast?
It looks like Bacon just doesn't think to eat very. I've
No,
done that before.
no. Bacon said, I think once to me that he eats once a day.
Yeah, he says it right here in chat. He eats once a day, right before he goes to bed.
Wait a minute, Bacon. I'm do what works for you, but how could you? No. I mean, for example, when my brother told me one time that when he was in school, he did a science experiment and something about breakfast is the most important meal of the day because, as you were saying, for energy and whatnot to start your day. So how do you not crash? Like, shouldn't what I'm trying to say is, if you're going to eat once a day, shouldn't it be in the morning?
Maybe. I mean, I could not make it through.
I'm just curious.
If I personally don't eat at least a late breakfast, if I don't eat something in the early part of the day, I am cranky as fuck. I am insufferable. I am so hard to be around. I've skipped lunch because I'll get busy and I'll forget to eat lunch, and I'll look up and it's like 3:30 in the afternoon. I'm like, well, crap, I can't eat now because we're going to eat in a couple hours.
Right.
But I'll make some peanut butter toast or something like that, and give myself some food.
I want to point out something here. When you use StreamYards or you're on YouTube, right? Looking at comments, if you're in the chat, it's usually you have to scroll down,
Yeah.
This is the opposite.
Yes. New stuff comes at the top when the comments are pinned on the corner.
So you know what? This is probably nicer in this regard.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Yes, the term is hangry, and I am insufferable when I get hangry.
Yeah, if you're going to use this permanently, like this is a practice, but when you're going to do it official, maybe just give people heads up, because
the new comments are at the top. Maybe.
I mean, how it's a tad different, that's all. But I think it's actually better.
Maybe. No, I don't think I'm going to give them a heads up. I'm going to make them think for themselves.
All right.
I'm going to make them work.
You know what? Small increments. Yes, that's what I probably need to do with my physical activity. But Monday I made up for it. I did drunk bowling, so that was hilarious.
Drunk bowling.
Drunk bowling.
Interesting. And Bopac, the conversation isn't exactly about nutrition, but it kind of is. We just started talking about that, so that's kind of where it goes. We go where the winds blow us.
Oh, no.
Whatever blows
but have you ever done drunk bowling?
I've never done drunk bowl. I don't get drunk.
You know how you do it?
No. Get drunk and then go bowling.
You know what I got drunk? You know what I had?
What?
Okay, so Monday was FTT, Family Togetherness Time.
Mm-hmm.
My niece turned 21.
Okay.
And my brother's girlfriend, they had little bottles of alcohol on the table.
Uh-huh.
And I decided I'm taking the leftovers. And so they had the mini bottles of vodka. Now, I don't like vodka by itself, but I had no choice because that's what we had. Yeah. Now, at the bowling alley, I could have got alcohol because they serve alcohol at the bowling alley. You could, there's a bar at the bowling alley. But anyways, so I decided I'm bringing them with me. So I put them in my purse and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do drunk bowling. So I drank all the vodka.
All the vodka?
Yeah, I had too many vodkas. Actually, I took a swig. I took a swig at the restaurant. And yeah, it does burn going down. But I was able to. What
restaurant was this? Which restaurant?
And then I decided I just have a good time and I went bowling.
No. What restaurant was it?
What do we call this?
Was it Applebee's?
No. It's you might never have heard of this. It's in Illinois. It's called Rosario's. It's in an upscale.
That's a nice place.
It might be called Rosario's Pizzeria.
Okay. And cheers, Bad X Bourbon. Welcome to the party. Glad to see you here, my friend. Vodka and OJ smoothie for breakfast. That sounds like a good start to the day, quite honestly. Okay, so you go to Rosario's, you drink all the vodka, then you go bowling.
That's nice, no, but I can't have. Okay, I have type 2 diabetes. And a lot of people get told they need to restrict what they can and can't have. Like my brother's medical professionals told him he can't have pasta and certain things. I was not restricted in that way. I was told have less of them and have healthier versions like wheat and stuff. But the one thing I was told was don't have juice and pop. So I can't do that. Vodka and orange juice, even though I like screwdrivers.
Well, there you go. I can't have vodka and orange. Like I can't have screwdrivers because I don't like garbage. So
every once in a while I can do it because I don't drink a lot, so I make an exception.
Well, there you go. I'm going to let you talk a little bit more about your plate plan. And I will be back in about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
All right. Hello, everybody.
You can time me if you wish.
Hi, Chrome Dome Omega. Chrome Dome Omega, did I see you buy bacon? I've seen you somewhere. Or has it been here? Yeah, but you know what? Once in a while I can do it. But I can't see because if I have you technically probably could have juice, but the thing is that'll spike your blood sugar. And I need to get my blood sugar under control. And pop has too much sugar. All right, what does bacon say? You can make your big only meal breakfast works for some. I don't crash because I don't really change
All
energy
right.
anymore.
So I'm back.
Brain carbs or not. Oh, that's cool, bacon. I always say about nutrition, do what works for you. Because everybody's different.
I mean, there are some formulas when it comes to nutrition, but yeah, for most people, it's very you know, like you got to do what works for your body. You got to do what works for your
like
for
you
your,
need
for
fiber
your
throughout.
health and your happiness, and you know, and a lot of people will be a lot happier if they're healthier. So, but if it just doesn't work, it doesn't work. You know what I mean? I think you do. Bad sugar. Y'all keep saying the word pop. I know what you mean, but it just sounds weird.
For what?
Pop. I mean, I grew up in Texas. Everything's Coke, unless you specifically asked for something
Oh my
other
God.
than Coke.
This reminds me when my brother, okay, my oldest brother, I think I mentioned this before. He decided that he would go back to school and get a master's degree in finance. And part of the time he went to the University of Texas in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
And his Bob, but they called him Sideburns Bob because he had sideburns and to distinguish from the other Bob. And they had this discussion at the house. What do you call it? Pop, soda, Coke? Yeah,
We call it Coke down here.
That's what he said. Yeah.
It's a Southern thing.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, it's a Southern thing.
Oh, hi, Post. Oh, you're getting a whole bunch of people here.
We get a whole flood of people coming in after a couple hours.
Yeah, they're here for me.
Yeah, I heard about this with the juice. I guess you were talking about the juice when you take the fiber out of the fruit and all you have left is the juice. Then you get filled up on sugar and you don't have any of the fiber to tell you that you're full. Is that what you were talking about?
I don't remember this. He goes, I showed you this a few weeks ago. There are zero sugar flavored adders like Mio. You can add to vodka if you want to drink.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
You can flavor vodka with zero sugar flavorings. Yeah. There's scads of them.
I don't remember. Sorry, Bacon.
Well,
it means I'll have to go to the store.
Yeah, probably. You probably get them through Amazon. They can probably get delivered to your
house. You know what I do with vodka? You know what? Yours truly.
I hope you drink it.
Did you catch on? You were there last Friday. Did you catch on what happened to me at Bacon Stream?
I don't remember. Was I on Bacon Stream last Friday? No, I had a date last Friday night. I did not. I wasn't on Bacon Stream last Friday.
You were in chat for a while.
Yeah, for briefly.
Oh, so you didn't catch on. Okay.
No, I don't know what was going on.
I got a nice Christmas gift. I got a bottle of Moscato.
Okay.
Now, when I drink, I don't drink a lot at a time. So it's very rare for me to drink in excess. But sometimes I notice that when I have wine, it's so smooth that it doesn't bother me. So I keep going. And eventually somebody asked, I think, how much do I have left of the wine? And I had very little. And I was like disappointed. And and I'm like, I need something else. So I went to the refrigerator and I took the vodka because I know that there was vodka. My nephew had it left over. So yours truly decided I'd mix the wine and vodka together.
Okay, so
Which
fortified wine.
that really was not a good combo. That didn't taste
not
good at all.
usually.
But I kept going.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't finish the vodka because I couldn't. There was a little left, but I couldn't finish the whole vodka. Anyways, and apparently I passed out. I passed out on stream.
You fall asleep on Bacon stream a lot.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I don't think so. But this time I passed out. You know, I really passed out. And
you fall asleep on his stream more than anybody else I've ever seen. Let's put it that way.
I don't remember falling asleep before.
Okay.
I might have. I've fallen asleep on streams before, yes. But anyways. So according to Pulse Kebab, this is what happened. Son, that's what he calls me. Son, drank wine. Actually, I drank wine with vodka, fell down, went boom. We were there. Yeah. So I went back and I looked because I'm like, what really happened? And I was just peacefully sleeping.
Yeah. I do remember there was a stream where you were peacefully sleeping, and again, is she awake? Is she awake? Oh, you need to get her off the stream. She's sleeping.
That might have been the one you were there.
That was several weeks ago. I was in chat. It was several weeks ago. I wasn't on the show because I think I had another date that night. Every once in a while, I have dates on Friday nights. That's when we have date nights.
Maybe it was. I don't remember, Bacon, when it was.
I can imagine why.
That was after Christmas because I got the wine for Christmas gift.
2020 red grape, Mad Dog 2020 red grape wine and some vodka. Ugh.
Cherry vodka?
Like, ooh. 2 of those things sound dreadful.
You know, maybe tomorrow I should go to the alcohol store.
The alcohol store.
The liquor store.
I am going to. That sounds like what a teenager would call the liquor store. I am going to go to the alcohol store to pick up some alcohol. Would you like to come with me, good sir?
But that came out not good.
Hello, shopkeep. We have just come from our occupational jobs, and we are looking to get some alcohol from the alcohol store. Do you have some alcohol that we can purchase?
No, seriously.
I have left my ID in my wallet that was stolen by a vagabond.
But actually, technically, the truth of the matter is I can't go to the liquor store tomorrow because I work on Saturdays, so I can't. Because the truth of the matter is for myself, usually if I have just a little bit of alcohol, it affects me very badly. And so I can't drink tomorrow anyways because the next day I got to go to work at 9 in the morning.
Yeah.
But,
goodness gracious. So you knocked over your cam when you were drinking too. Goodness gracious.
But here's the thing.
You're just a mess, bro.
Since Moscato and vodka don't go well together, and I know you can do like orange juice, like screwdrivers, what does go well with vodka?
What goes well with vodka? Pretty much any fruit juice, cranberry, orange juice, like liqueurs, like chocolate liqueurs or coffee liqueurs. Coffee with vodka, coffee and cream with vodka, coffee and cream with whiskey goes good too.
You can make a Cosmo with vodka, right?
Grapefruit juice. Yeah. Cosmo. You know, the grenadine is cherry and pomegranate.
I think
pretty much any fruity juice. Lemonade goes great with vodka. Mix lemonade and limeade together, and you've got a great drink with vodka. Bopac says ice. Yeah, ice goes great with vodka too, but you got to have a pretty good vodka to just drink it straight. What's this one? Vodka served in a chilled pineapple cup. Pineapple juice and vodka is a great. Yeah, pretty much any fruit juice is a great mixer with vodka.
But I'm not allowed.
Sweet and sour. Sweet and sour. Shake it up. You get yourself a vodka sour.
Wait, what do you mean sweet and sour?
The same sweet and sour you make with a whiskey sour or margarita mix.
Oh, that thing. The thing that, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Vodka mixes well with anything because vodka doesn't taste like anything. It's just alcohol. It like Bacon says, it's the easiest of mixes. It's just put it with something, shake it over ice, and you're done.
Because vodka is one of my favorite things, but I really don't like vodka by itself.
Yeah.
Vodka by itself.
Most people don't.
No bueno. That's
Most
just all we
because
had.
it doesn't taste like anything.
It was Tito's.
Yeah.
Is that the brand?
Yeah, that's the Austin. That's the stuff out of Austin. It's okay, but
that's what they had.
Hey, Polska Bob says he has money. Can I purchase set products for me? He doesn't eat much.
Oh,
he don't know the difference between right and wrong.
Oh, Chrome's got a good idea. Maybe for the summer, I'll figure out
in
a pineapple cup.
In a pineapple cup, yeah.
And vodka. Oh my god! Yeah. And I can get a mini umbrella. And it'll.
But what you do to make a pineapple cup is you take a piece of a pineapple, you cut off the top, and you basically bore out. You get one of those blenders or whatever, and you bore out the center part, and then you've got yourself a pineapple cup. And then you take the stuff that you just bored out, you dump it, and now you've got the pineapple juice. You filter out the fibers, you've got the pineapple juice, and then you mix the pineapple juice with the vodka, pour it into your pineapple, put in a big straw, and wear a big straw floppy hat, and a one-piece bathing suit, and go hang out by the pool. That's what you do. That's how you do it. It doesn't even have to be a big pool. It's just a kiddie pool in your backyard. That's just how you do it.
That'd be fun to do.
Yeah, and it has to be a one-piece bathing suit. You can't do it. This drink does not work with a bikini.
Actually, what I really do prefer to drink is pina coladas. That's my favorite.
And this is kind of like a pina colada, except it's just pineapple and vodka.
However,
it doesn't have the pina colada stuff.
I never had problems drinking pina coladas, and then I had 3 in a row, and then I got sick. So I guess 2 is my limit, not 3.
Yeah, there's a lot of sugar in a pina colada.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying nowadays, if I were to drink these things, because cocktail like that, the mixed drinks, that's what I prefer. I'd probably have to do very sparingly now.
Mm.
You know, and very little because my blood sugar has been high in the past, and I don't want to cause trouble.
That was funny, Polska Bob. I'll give you credit for
yes,
that.
Bob.
But yeah, generally, I always thought alcohol was bad if you had was like generally bad for you if you were battling, trying to keep your blood sugar under control.
Right, and I'm technically not supposed to have alcohol, period, because of my medication.
I believe you are. I don't know. No, I'm pretty sure Bopac that vodka is the most sold alcohol in the world, but soju is a close second.
What is that?
Soju is a rice-based, basically a rice-based alcohol out of Asia. Actually, I think it might be vodka than whiskey and soju, but soju has a huge market. It might be sake that I don't know. Soju has a huge market because of Asia. There's 1 billion people who live over there. A couple billion people live over there. But it is not the most sold alcohol in the world. At least the last time I saw, I thought vodka still was. Maybe it's changed since then. Maybe they've added other stuff.
I don't know.
Soju may count as vodka. I don't know. No, of course soju doesn't count as vodka. But soju has flavor. It's not a vodka. It's not.
Chrome, anyway. Dome, Omega, keep on coming. Your ideas are my inspiration. Just wait until I get my laptop back. Then I'll do all kind of crazy things.
Oh, goodness.
It's good to have OnlyFans. Hey, you all should have seen me drunk bowling. That was very fun. It was really fun because you know what happened? All right. So in the lane that we were using, we kind of okay, we got the balls. We got 2 balls stuck on each
Most
side of the gutter. So
about
in the
half of us
gutter,
do,
the
yeah.
balls were stuck.
They were stuck.
They were stuck in the gutter
Yeah.
on each
That's
side of the
I
lane.
hate it.
The
I hate it
balls,
when I get my ball stuck in the gutter on each side of the lane.
and then my nephew was like, "I'll get it," and then my brother decides I'm gonna bowl while he's there, and he tries to hit him with the bowling ball.
Yeah.
We're such a happy family, can't you tell?
Bopac, I've got a bottle of soju that has a root of ginger in it. And
Ooh, I love ginger.
It is a fascinating drink. I don't like it, but it's got a very curious flavor to it.
So what does soju taste by itself? It
tastes kind of like
strong?
To me, it tastes kind of like a dry vodka. It's not quite like it's like vodka, but it's not quite the same. It tastes like something. But then they'll put stuff in it like ginger root or ginseng and stuff like that.
Does it burn? Because I find vodka by itself kind of burns.
Yeah, it's alcohol. It burns like alcohol. That's all it does.
Well, I don't think other things burn. Just
if it has alcohol in it, that's what alcohol does. It has that burning sensation you get when you drink alcohol is the alcohol. Now there's other things that'll like do more, add more flavor to it, but or more burn or whatever. But yeah, I mean, the higher the alcohol, the more pronounced the burn you're going to get.
Oh, okay, that's how that works.
And the lack of anything else in there just leaves you with that. I mean, that's a hallmark of vodka. It just has that vodka burn. But there's no other flavor, so there's not like a burn and then orange or a burn then peach or something like that. Like whiskey has flavor to it. Tequila has flavor to it. The others have rum has a flavor to it, a distinctive rum flavor.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't like those by itself. No,
it's peculiar. And yeah, and just like Bopac saying, like with soju, there's some good stuff, there's some bad stuff. There's some good vodka, there's some bad vodka. And most of the time you get cheap vodka and you mix it with other stuff, so you never taste it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, I have your voice, but I can't see our stream. How do I get back to it on my phone?
I don't know the answer to that question. Probably swipe left or right. You probably swiped off the... That's how I do it. That's how I do it with Zoom. I don't know how it's done with
No, you're correct.
Okay, cool. So the interface for the guests is pretty solid too, right? Like I like my interface on my side as host. As a guest, your interface is fairly solid. It's easy to use, easy to handle, good for the phone. Okay.
And I figured out, thanks to Ike, how I can, like, I usually have trouble on a phone if they do Jackbox, but now I know how to navigate, so it was so easy. Because my laptop went bust again, it's not charging again, so tomorrow I got to bring it to Best Buy.
Well, go for it. Do it to it. To answer your question, Chrome Dome Omega, ginger probably can grow. It's a root. It's a tube. It's a tuber root, and it has the sprouts come out of that root. It grows up. It's like a potato or any other kind of. The sprouts grow up. It has the leaves. It collects the light. The sugars go down to the tube, and that's how it stores its energy. So I don't think it'll collect. It'll absorb the flavor of the vodka. And that's a good question, because the vodka is a preservative. The alcohol. You take a ginger root, you cut it off, you throw it in your drawer. You can pull it out of the drawer, put it back in the ground, and grow it. I wonder if it dehydrates it, if the alcohol would dehydrate it too much to prevent it from. My first thought is no, it shouldn't be a problem, but also know it wouldn't grow with the flavor of the vodka. There wouldn't be like a vodka flavored ginger that coming off the stalk. But the other thought is that maybe like the vodka might just dehydrate it because it's alcohol, and that's what alcohol does. I don't know. That would be an interesting. Maybe I'll pull that root out of that bottle of soju that I have. When we finish the soju, I'll crack the bottle and see if it grows. Because that'd be a cool little experiment. If you can grow cucumbers from pickles. Huh. I wonder if you can grow cucumbers from pickles. I wonder. What do you think? You think you can grow cucumbers from pickles?
Yeah. All right. So we have a question here.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Did you catch bacon? Oh, you.
Of running the cheap vodka through a Brita filter?
What do you think? Would it work?
Yeah, it improves it. It runs it through it's a charcoal filter. It runs it through the filter and it improves the flavors just a little bit.
Somebody said, what about a coffee maker first?
Coffee maker is not going to do the same thing that a Brita filter. Brita filters have
but Chrome Dome was pointing out it might make the filtering better by warming it.
First is warming it should make the filter. Well, warming it, if you warm it too much, if it gets warmer than 140 degrees, it's going to evaporate the alcohol. So I don't know how hot a coffee maker makes the coffee. That's a good question. Hey Siri, how hot does a coffee maker make coffee? Coffee maker goes from 195 to 202 degrees Fahrenheit. So that would take all the alcohol out of your vodka.
What about what do you call the thing where you put the little K-cups in the machine? A Keurig?
A Keurig, yeah.
Keurig. My brother has a Keurig, I think, and you could tell it what temperature.
If you can keep it below 140 degrees, then you'll be fine. But if it gets up to 190 to 200 degrees, you're gonna well, if it's below 190 degrees, it's not getting effective extraction from your coffee beans.
I think I have it set to 100 and like when I made my tea, I think I had it to the highest temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Because usually when I have tea, it doesn't stay hot for long. But I used my brother's machine, and I'm like, wow! And then I discovered it had a temperature.
So, as far as the mechanics works, Brita filters are activated charcoal, and activated charcoal works to filter. It helps to filter out impurities from the vodka to make a better vodka. So you can run your vodka through a Brita filter, and you will get better vodka. It's not going to. I mean, you're not going to turn it. Well, I mean, you're definitely going to turn it into something better. How much better? I don't know. It depends on how you prefer.
Like, but better in terms of what?
Like it'll take out impurities, and it'll take out off flavors from anything that was in the water, anything that was left over from the distilling process, anything that's in your vodka that makes.
Oh, so you mean the stuff that so it'll make the ingredients more pure, like basically, the water more pure,
basically, and stuff like that. And that's what it's doing. It's cleaning the water more than it's cleaning the vodka. And the water's what makes the vodka taste funky. So the Brita filter is going to filter the water more than it's the vodka, because the alcohol is already alcohol. It's the water that's going to get filtered.
Do we do this with all kind of alcohol? Or why are we specifically on with vodka?
Yeah, well, you can do it with Jack Daniels too. Jack Daniels is basically bourbon that's been filtered through charcoal. That's the Tennessee whiskey process. The whatever they call it, the Lynchburg process that they go through. Is basically running it through a charcoal filter to pull out impurities from the water. And
if we don't,
it doesn't matter. If you don't, it doesn't make a huge difference. But I mean, you're not gonna. I mean, they already use good water for the most part, but if you have a vodka, like a cheap vodka, and you run it through a Brita filter, it's going to make the vodka better. But if you run it through a coffee maker,
what I want to
if
know
you run it
is,
through a
from your
coffee maker, you're going to
perspective,
get water.
no, from producing alcohol. If you don't do the filter thing, can people actually taste the difference?
If you put filtered vodka versus unfiltered vodka, yes, people can taste the difference. You can taste the difference. It is distinctly different.
Would it tell you on the bottle, or would you just have to know how they produce the vodka?
I mean, most folks will tell you, we're using the purest of waters. I tell people straight up, we use rainwater that gets filtered with UV and double reverse osmosis because it makes for a better whiskey. I'll come right out and tell you. If you use municipal water, it tastes different. And you may not notice it by itself, but if you put it next to another drink, you'll notice it side by side.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And don't use
you may not
water,
notice it by itself. You just drink it by itself. You may not know. You're not going to drink and go, oh, this tastes like you use municipal water. I can really taste the fluoride in this. That's not a thing. You're not going to be able to do that. But if you put it side by side, you drink one, drink the other, and go, oh wow, this one tastes. What's the difference between the two? This one's better. And you may not be able to put your finger on it. You go, oh, I can definitely taste the limestone compounds coming from the inside of the pipes, but you'll be able to taste something,
I gotcha.
Yeah. It's not like pool water where you drink pool water and go, this tastes like pool water. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I don't know how you say this name.
That's Bobak.
Bobak. Okay. He goes, but he says, I think sometimes they maybe don't want to filter it because it might get rid of a flavor.
Right. Sometimes the flavoring is part of is a feature more than a bug. Sometimes that's the case. And they don't want to pull, like the water that they use in Kentucky is limestone filtered water. The water they use in Central Texas comes from the Edwards Aquifer, which is limestone filtered water. They want that water. They want the hard compounds in the water. But almost all of those compounds get distilled out when you distill water anyway. When you distill the whiskey, almost all those compounds come out. So it's not. That's more used in the process of fermentation because it'll break down the shells of the corn and extract the starches and sugars out of the corn. But any other leftover compounds and stuff like that, they certainly want to filter it out because it may not give the flavor that they want. It's a preference. It depends on the water. It depends on the location, depends on the water, depends on how it's done.
Gotcha.
With municipal water, you definitely want to filter that shit out because you're not getting anything good in municipal water added to your whiskey. We use reverse osmosis to do the water, and it didn't filter it out enough. We probably should have had a bigger RO system to filter out the municipal water, but using the rainwater, it starts off as a much softer water. So there's a whole lot less compounds in it. There's less heavy metals, less chemicals for purification in water. And then when we do purify the water, we purify it with UV light. So any organic compounds get killed off with UV light, and any inorganic compounds get filtered out with reverse osmosis. So by the time it gets to us, we got water that's as clean as any water that you ever had. Cleaner than a mountain stream. Because we don't even have fish peeing in our water. Unless it's flying fish. But yeah, I mean that's just, it's a lot of times it's preference. Preference of the distiller, preference of the company, and it's just sometimes it's just branding. That's just how they make that's how they want it to taste. I mean, I gotta assume that Tito wants their vodka to taste like that because otherwise they wouldn't do it on purpose.
I heard the same thing, Bacon. Just wait until you get to Bacon's comment at the top.
I'm getting there. I'm working my way down through it. I do have a timestamp on the comments here. So this is it.
I noticed that myself.
Yeah.
I do like this format for you much better. It's actually easier to use for me.
Yeah.
On a phone.
I don't have as many moving parts as on OBS. I may use Restream as my my base platform in the going forward. I do like the versatility that I get from OBS because I can put up with extra screens and pictures and picture-in-picture stuff. I can do all kinds of additional things in OBS that I just can't seem to do here. But this is really user-friendly. It really is.
And again, I find this easier on a phone.
Yeah, no. So there you go. So as far as the test drive, this is working out really good for turning into a really good commercial for.
Are you on a laptop?
I'm at my desk. I have a laptop. Oops, excuse me, a laptop and a remote screen.
So it's no problems for you on a laptop?
Yeah, not having any problems at all.
So what do you find better to use?
Depending on the applications, because
StreamYard versus this. StreamYard versus
so far, this is way better than StreamYard so far.
You seem to have less connection issues.
It feels much more stable than StreamYard. Last on Wednesday, today's Thursday. On Tuesday, when I did the StreamYard stream, I was having, it would glitch out every once in a while, and that was really annoying.
And I want to point out, I like how each of these comments, when you have them on the side, are in its own little box instead of where you have to scroll.
Right. Because when I'm scrolling on the YouTube, I'm highlighting each comment, but this, they're all over there right now. They're all the
That's
comments.
What I'm saying.
I'm going through and
you may not need the side chat up at the top if you're showing all the comments.
Yeah, I'm working my way through them. This is for me to be able to read them. I'm behind in chat.
Oh, gotcha.
This is me reading as I'm looking at each one of them. I kind of see them this side of the screen when I'm looking at it, but it's this side of the screen on the actual.
Okay, I get it now.
So I see them go by, but I don't get a chance to actually read them. But when I actually highlight them, I can look down there and actually see them.
Gotcha. So it's easier to do it that way than how you used to do it for you. That's a plus.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Because in OBS, I've got the YouTube chat box. It's literally just a screen inside of a screen. It's the YouTube chat box.
Okay, cool.
The chat can just roll through, and I can just kind of go through and catch up. But if I want to highlight something.
How is this program? How is this service? Because it seems similar to StreamYard. If you want to make like your own little clips and share them, how does that work? Can you do that here?
Yeah, they have. I can record. I can just record bits. Record only and not broadcast. I think it would probably be easier to do that through OBS because I'm just familiar with it. But
can you use OBS through this?
I can't go. Yes, I can OBS I can broadcast from OBS to Restream, and Restream can then send the stream out to the various places.
What do you think of that setup for you?
I used to do that when I started. I would stream to Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and I'd alternate between Twitch and Twitter. 1 week I'd do Twitch, 1 week I'd do Twitter, so I'd go back and forth because you can only do 3 at a time. But then I just kind of quit doing Facebook and Twitch and Twitter because I wasn't getting any viewers on it, so it didn't matter.
Got it.
So that's why I quit using Restream entirely. And I had to go. I actually had to go recover my password because I had the wrong password. I couldn't remember what my password was on Restream because it's been 2 years at least since I've used it. Bopox says use Split Cam. It lets you manipulate your video and is easy to use. I'll write that down and check it out. Split Cam. But one cool feature on this that I did not know that they didn't used to have is I can add a camera. Can I do that? There we go. I can add a camera, and it's right there. Boop. That's me. Hi. Over here. Over here. Over here. Camera 1, camera 2. And I can switch between the two. Right there. And then back to camera 1. But we're not going to do that.
Now, I noticed,
my computer can handle it, which is really cool. So I could actually have this camera pointed over there at Lisa. If we're both live in studio together, I can have one camera pointed over at the kitchen while they're, we're doing a broccoli meal test or some dumb shit, and then this camera would be on me.
You mean Brussels sprouts?
And then I can probably add another camera. If I had another camera to add, I can add a third camera. So I can get my main studio cam from the distillery, and I can have a 3-camera shoot where we got 3 things going on, all on screen at the same time. And I cannot do that with StreamYard, and I cannot do that with I can't do that easily with OBS. I can do it, but I can't do it easily.
Okay, now I noticed when you had your 2 cameras up and there were 2 of you, I was not talking, but I was lighting up. So were you coming? So was your sound coming through me?
I don't have any idea. I don't know. I didn't notice that. I don't know.
Because sometimes I light up when I'm on a phone, and it's not that I'm talking. Because people say that's annoying. That's why I was wondering. I don't know what it's technically called.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be bleeding over, but I doubt it. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, good night, Chrome Dome Omega. I have
Chrome
to press.
Dome's going to bed?
Yeah,
Good
because
night, Chrome Dome.
you're not there yet.
Thank you for joining us. I do appreciate it. I see it up there on the side. I do appreciate you joining. Oh, so that's cool. So Bopox says it emulates another camera. I've got a thing called Epoch Cam, that'll do that, where I can Wi-Fi or stream in from my phone, a remote camera. But yeah, I don't like doing that either. It creates a mess on my computer with defaults and all kinds of other stuff. It's very frustrating. But I'll check out Split Cam. I'll check that out because that sounds like it could be a little phone emulator or a camera emulator on my desktop. That's kind of cool. So there you go. Possible way more difficult. And we are caught up. Good night, Chrome Dome. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Actually, I hadn't seen his username come across before, and it is nice to see new names. It's always nice to see new names on the streams, especially since I always have like 20 new subscribers every time I start a stream. Every week it seems like every week we're getting about 20 or 30 new subscribers. Right now, I'm sitting on the number I'm sitting on is what happened. What is going on here? Okay. I am at 1572 right now. See, that's the thing that I can do on OBS that I can't. I don't think we can do here. I can't like put the number up here in the corner like I can do with OBS. But I think yesterday I was at 1565, 1566, something like that. Let me look and see if I can find out how to share the windows. Cancel. Okay, so what I would do is, how would I do this? I'd go to channel videos or my YouTube studio. I would go to the real-time updates, I think, in dashboard, or would that be analytics? You know what? We're gonna explore this with me. Let's see if I'm gonna share this tab while we do. Nope, not that one. This one. Yeah. Okay. So let's see if I can find out how to do this. And this is risky because my computer might choke. Let's see if it happens. Yeah, cool. And you're going to be along for the ride.
All right, what are we doing?
We're both down here at the bottom. Cool. So we're at 15. I'm seeing if I can figure out how to put the live update of subscriber count in the corner. So I think I need to go to analytics.
That's impressive. You almost got 20.
Which
200 new viewers or subscribers in 28 days. That's cool.
Yeah, this has been it's been a wild ride. I'm loving it. See the live count. That's the one I'm looking for right there. So there's the live count.
Bopak says, I think Restream does have some features like this.
Yeah, that would be really cool if we had to do this and do it.
All right, hold on.
So I can't do this, right? I mean, I can't leave this up for the whole show, but I might be able to do. Okay, come on, my computer's slow all of a sudden. I can do this, maybe. Come on. Okay. So I can do this, but then you're small. Did this. No, I can't do this anymore. So there's got to be a way to do it. I don't know how to do it, but there's got to be a way to do it. That's
I'm going to figure it out.
Not what I'm looking for. Yeah. So yeah, I've plenty of time to explore it and figure it out. If I wanted to use this as my standard platform, but I don't know if I want to use this as my standard platform because I could use 2 or 3 different platforms. I could use this for a forum show. I could use which is what I want to do. I want to use it for the forum show, but I really want to be able to put like little widgets. I want to be able to put something up there in the corner. Replace the Restream with my logo, which I'll be able to do if I get a good. If I get one of the paid membership things for only $200, I can replace that with my logo. I mean, I can do all kinds of stuff. Theoretically, with I would hope some widgets and stuff that I can use on Restream, but at least I can explore the program. Or for just a forum show, I don't need to have all that shit. But if for my Wednesday night happy hours, I want to be able to have a little bit more flexibility and freedom. So Wednesday night happy hours may stay on OBS, and then we add a forum show like this Saturday nights, Monday nights, whenever I want to do it. But we'll figure it out. Bacon, to answer your question, I am at 1,945 watch hours. At the end of the year, my subscriber count started going up faster than my hours, but my hours are slowly working on tracking behind the they're tracking up. Oh, look, my older brother has joined the party. Cheers. My older brother, Harry Breida, has joined the party. Welcome to the show, my man. He's just joined in to tell me good night. But qualified watch hours are at 1,945. My goal for the month was to have 2,232, I think, qualified watch hours by the end of the month. I think I will probably come in at about 21, somewhere really close to 2,100 watch hours for the month. So that's kind of where I'm expecting this month to wrap up. I'm hoping to get. I'm certainly going to get 72 hours next week with the 72-hour live stream. I'm hoping to get more than that, as you can imagine. I'm hoping that I'll get somewhere close to 400, maybe, and give me a good boost into February to get more hours and more time and more subs. So fingers crossed. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it works out. I don't know I don't know how it's going to shape up. I do know that I need to get more time from my recorded videos that I'm getting. My live shows, these shows, they get their time. They get the time. That's fine. And if I don't have enough time in the day and time in the week. I don't have enough time in the day, time in the week, and time in the month to be able to do a live show enough to get the watch hours and time that I need from the live shows. And looky here, Bopac has joined the party. We now have a triad. And I have a warning over here on my left that says 3 of 6 people are on the stream. My maximum number of people I can have on the stream is 6. Bopac, welcome to the party, my man. Bopac? Son?
Well, yes.
Okay, you're still there. Bopac is here, but his camera has not turned on yet. So I will give him a chance to settle in and join us when he's ready. Nick Nepper has joined the party. Cheers, Nick. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the party. Hope you're having a great time. Hope you're having a great night.
Oh, hi, Nick. Hi, Harry.
That is my older brother. He lives up in Dallas.
Ooh, now you can tell us stories. Now you can share stories about your brother.
He's a good guy. It's good to have him around. He is that is where I stay when I go up to Dallas for my sales tastings and sales up in Dallas. I go and stay at his place. And then when I do market research and testing of new drinks and all kinds of stuff, I go up and he doesn't have he's here. Bopac, are you here?
Bopac, read his statement. He says
he doesn't have a webcam. He just wanted to show you. You just wanted to show the program. That's cool. Well, you're in. Your brother going to help you fight the kangaroo? No, my brother is not going to help you fight the kangaroo. He thinks that's a stupid idea too.
Hey, Harry, I think the same thing. I don't want my friend to die.
I'm going to totally kick that kangaroo's ass.
Come on, Bacon.
I just need to call the
help me out here, Bacon.
Civic Center and book this up. That's all. I haven't had time to do it. I'm going to be bottling up the all next week, and so February I should have time to call the Civic Center and get this all knocked out.
Okay, well, how is this person going to show us his program if he has no webcam?
I'm not sure. I'm as curious as you are. I want to see how this shakes out.
I guess Bacon, it got dark in here.
It did. It got dark in here, didn't it?
Bacon, it got really dark in here. All of a sudden.
Got really dark in here. No, Nick, I have access to a kangaroo. I have access to the kangaroo. The thing that's been holding me back is I just haven't had time to. This has been it's a sideline stunt to my normal business operation. I just haven't had time to plan it out. I've had time to plan it out. I just haven't had time to execute it.
All right, let's take a poll here. Put 1 in the chat if you think it's a really awesome thing that Joe is going to go fight a kangaroo.
Okay,
Put 2 if you go,
so
hell no.
The backstory to this dumb stunt is that back when we started taking the channel relatively seriously in March of 2020, and actually doing stuff on the channel to keep the brand in the eye of the people who are watching or have more people watching the brand. And I started doing stuff on YouTube. I started this like series of, if we get 1,000 subscribers, then I will, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Fight the hoe. And one of them was, I'll jump off the roof into a kiddie pool. I'll attach several, I'll attach all of the mouse traps to my. I'll put a nail through my tongue. It was a big joke. I recorded a bunch of these with me and my wife and my kids, and it was funny. But I couldn't use any of the footage because it was all in the wrong format, and it was lost to posterity. But the one joke that kept coming back, I do it on the live series, I do it on the recorded stuff. The one joke that kept repeating itself was, "Yeah, I'll fight a kangaroo," and it's plausible, it's possible. There's a kangaroo marina here, the petting zoo thing they have down here, down the street from us. They have kangaroos at the Houston Zoo. They have kangaroos at this animal experience thing that they have over here. That's kind of a marina. It's possible. I could fight a damn kangaroo. I could go in there and just start swinging. I mean, it'd take them 5 minutes to actually, or a couple of minutes at least, to get to me and stop me from doing it.
Are you going to do this sober?
I mean, that's the best way to fight. I mean, you don't want to get drunk and then fight. You only want to fight drunk if you're fighting another drunk. I mean,
because I think that would be funny.
Drunk kangaroo. Count a bunch of drinks and then go fight a kangaroo. I mean, come on. But that's the joke that's been persistent through this whole thing over the course of 2-3 years now. But we didn't come anywhere near 1,000 subscribers in 2020. We didn't come anywhere near 1,000 subscribers in 2021. We ended 2021 with something like 400 and something, so 450, almost 500 subscribers. And then in 2022, I started looking at analytics and learning. Oh, Bopac took off. I started actually looking at analytics and trying to actually do YouTube and do YouTube well, because I wanted to have bands come in. I wanted to have better guests. I want to have better shows. I wanted to, this to be worth doing as opposed to just doing it into the void. So that was the 100K project, where I wanted to get 100,000 views, and the 100,000 views led to 1,500 subscribers. And now the 1,500 subscribers hopefully will lead to actual watch hours. But I think it was in October, I said, look, if we get 1,000 subscribers this month, if we get to 1,000 subscribers before the end of October, I'll go ahead and fight that kangaroo. And I didn't think it was going to happen because we were like at 960 or something like that. We weren't adding 40 subscribers a month, but we passed 1,000 subscribers that month, and I was like, oh shit! I said we were going to do it, so I guess we're going to do it. So that's the backstory to the thing. I said we were going. I shot off my mouth. I said we were going to do it. So you know what? We're gonna go fight a fucking kangaroo. We're gonna see what happens. I mean, my hunch is, the way I'm planning this out in my head, at least the way it plays out in my head, is that these kangaroos are just like chilling out and they're enjoying themselves. They're eating their little kibble and whatever the zookeepers give them, and they're happy and they're relaxed and they're just chilling out. And then some crazy middle-aged white guy is going to jump over the fence and just start wailing on one of them, and they're all just going to be freaked out. And I'm going to win the fight. That's how I'm going to win the fight. The element of surprise and human ingenuity. So,
really, please don't do this. I don't want you to die.
You should be more worried about me getting arrested.
No, you know what I'm going to do?
I'm not going to die. I'm probably going to get arrested.
I'm going to call PETA. I'm going to call the Texas branch of PETA on your ass. That's what I'm going to do.
PETA don't have any offices in Texas.
I don't know.
We got the Beef Council in Texas. We don't have PETA.
I'm gonna verify this. Hang on.
Please do. There might be an office in places. No, we had you up here. No, Bopac, it was not working. We had you up here. We had you on the forum. It was just a black screen. Sorry. It wasn't working.
Excuse me.
It was not working. So what are the you did vote. Bacon said he voted to have a $20 bill stapled to my forehead. I know a guy who would do that with me. Scabs the Clown. He's going to be on the show next week. In fact, Jeff with a G, he'll be on the show next week too. That is part of their sideshow bit that they do. They staple money to themselves.
For what?
It's part of their bit. You give them a tip for the show, and the thing is, instead of giving them the money, you staple it to their body. It is something to see. Yeah, I've seen their show several times, and every time at the end of the show when they're stapling money to themselves, it's just like, Jesus, how do you people do this? I get the mousetrap on the hand. I can do the mousetrap on the fingers. I can do the mousetrap on the tongue, the mousetrap on the lip, the mousetrap on the ear. I understand that. It hurts, but it's like not like it doesn't leave a mark, but the staples, like, seriously.
Speaking of pinning money to yourself, okay, when my sister-in-law's sister got married, we were invited to their wedding, and Larry's side of the family is Mexican. And what you do is you pin money to the bride's dress.
Yeah, that's a normal wedding thing. Yes. That is a normal
I heard
wedding
it was more of a Mexican custom, yes.
Okay. I've been to several weddings. If it's a Mexican custom, it's a Mexican custom, but I've been to several weddings where it's just like something they do.
Oh, maybe it's just
the money dance.
Oh, maybe it's just the actual not Mexican thing, just for brides.
It may have bled over from one custom to another.
Yeah, that's what. But that was kind of weird. I was not used to it, but it was different. Now listen, why do you want to staple? You don't want to staple the money because then when you rip it off, you can't actually use the money. See?
Well, what makes you think I want to staple it to begin with?
No, I'm talking about bacon. Oh, God. That was so stupid. Oh my God. I walked right into the cabinet. Oh, my head. You think I was drunk today? I'm not drunk. Here's the thing. I'm upstairs in the upstairs apartment, and the cabinets are so short that they're like height level to me, and I'm actually taller than the cabinet, so I keep hitting it.
Taller than the
cabinet? 4'11".
Wow.
God, you think I'm drunk?
I hope you're okay.
No, that actually hurts.
So we've had 34 views with an average of 18 and a half minutes per view. Oops. 34 times 18.5. That gives me a total of 629 minutes. And I can divide that by 60 minutes in an hour. That gives me 10 hours and 40, almost 10 and a half hours of watch time for this stream, which means I only need to get like another hour or so of watch time so we can shut this down so I can go to bed. And it's only, it's almost 1 o'clock. Okay, well, that's fine.
Dude, I was not trying to be racist.
He's being
I know. Anyways, so one of the things
I had two legitimate, honest to God trolls. Was it last night or the night before? I think it was last night. I had three honest to God legitimate trolls.
You mean ask you anything?
No, on last night's show, I had somebody who was called Knox.
That was where you were talking about where we were talking about China. I was talking about bacon with the economy.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to talk. We'll talk about that in a minute. But no,
I don't remember what the stream was called.
I had the guy who was talking about unaliving himself. I think that's the words I have to use for you.
What?
The one dude who was talking about unaliving himself, he got kicked off the channel.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if I was
then
there.
The one chick who was like flirting with it wasn't last night. It was the night before because we had Ike on, and we both had beards, and she was like, "You're cute, beard boy." We're like, "Who the fuck are you talking to?"
Wait. Ike was on stream with you?
Yeah, it was Wednesday night.
Why do I miss all the good stuff?
I don't know. Probably because you didn't hit the notification bell and you didn't pay attention. No, Nick, they didn't do anything funny. They didn't do anything funny at all.
Hey, I got a little secret about Ike. He has a twin brother.
Oh, is his name Mike? Are they Ike and Mike?
Oh, Nate.
Ike and Nate? That's the worst twin names ever.
No, seriously, what they should have done is name them Ike and Mike and Ike. You know, for I agree with that. Mike and Ike. That's what they should have named them.
Yeah, but yeah, we had two legitimate trolls last night. Who, I mean, they didn't do anything funny. They didn't do anything outrageous. They weren't like very disruptive. Except for the one guy who kept talking about, self-assisted departure from this mortal plane, but he got booted. Boop. So, but yeah, and that's when you know you've made it, when you get the random trolls coming on and flirting with you and doing weird shit.
Wait. So you had a female troll?
On Wednesday night, yeah, the one that was flirting with us and saying, "You look awfully cute, beard boy." Like, who the fuck
and what
are you
was the name of that troll?
Nox, Nox.
I don't know NOX.
I don't know who that is either. It was a brand new name, but it was good to see the new names. I mean, that was cool. It was cool to see the new names. It was neat. Look,
the only thing
this is another thing I noticed today. I want to show y'all something I noticed today. I'm gonna supersize me real quick. Look at this. See my beard? It like curves this way. Look at that. It like hooks around. See that? My beard
is longer.
My beard is a comma. Yeah, it needs to like.
And then you could have a braid.
I don't know if I'm gonna. Now that I know this, and see, this is why I have a comb over here at my desk, and I keep like combing it to try and like straighten it out. But if it keeps bothering me, I'm gonna shave this shit off, or at least trim it down. I might trim it down. I might dye it blue and then trim it off. We'll see.
Okay, I have something to say.
Uh-oh.
It's actually Isaac and Nathaniel. That's their actual names, but they go by Ike and Nate.
Ike and Nate. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So we had trolls both night. They've been following. Oh, they've been following Bacon around. They're from. I don't know who Crystal Roberts is. That's right. That was the channel that one of them mentioned that Crystal Roberts was restreaming the show, but I don't know who Crystal Roberts is.
Goddamn Bacon. So did Swampy. So is one of them Swampy in disguise?
Maybe. I don't know.
Do you ever get Swampy here?
I don't know. Maybe.
Because Bacon gets this dude Swampy, and he thinks I'm a little child. Because I sound like a kid, I guess.
You ever see that doc on elderly people purposely gassing it? You talking about Dr. Kevorkian, Nick? Are you talking about Kevorkian, the Doctor of Death? Is he still around? Is he alive? I thought he died.
Isn't that technically speaking?
Still alive?
I have a question. Technically speaking, is that the thing that got rebranded? Euthanasia? Is that the thing that got rebranded to Death with Dignity? Is that basically the same thing?
Death with Dignity? Yeah, Jack Kevorkian was the
because back in the day it was called euthanasia.
Yeah. Well,
but now we call it Death with
euthanasia
Dignity.
is technically done to somebody. Assisted suicide is done on your own with help from a physician.
Right, but that's what I was
wondering.
What's the difference between that and Death with Dignity? I mean, I know.
Podcast. Well, yeah. Well, Death with Dignity would be. I thought
they were basically all. I thought they were all the same thing, just repackaged in different terms.
Yeah, probably so. I don't really follow it particularly closely.
I don't either.
Even when I was working in the death care industry, I didn't follow it particularly closely. It was not a it wasn't a thing in the death care industry. So it wasn't something because I don't know. It just like it stopped being
Oh, yes, Nick, Death with Dignity. I know what this is. A long time ago, I watched a show. In Illinois, we have Chicago Progressive Talk Radio. And a man called up on the radio station, and he was talking about how he didn't want to go through any more heart surgeries and this and that. And he was saying that we need the laws to change, and we should have deaths with dignity, which means people should decide that they want to die and get help for dying instead of going through all the tests and going through all the treatment, because some people don't want to spend the rest of their lives being stuck in a hospital or going through treatment. They would rather just live the rest of their lives, out and about. And some people want to do it so that their loved ones, they can prepare their loved ones. Maybe they have small kids, or they want to say goodbye. Like, because some people don't get to talk to their loved ones before they die. Like, I didn't get to talk to my mother before she died because she was in a coma.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's what that means. Death with dignity is what it's called. And it should be up to the individual. And they have to, I think, when they put the laws in place, I think they have to be in good, solid mind. They can't be like, have mental issues. They have to be understanding what they're doing. It has to be a conscious decision.
Yeah. See, that's where it becomes tricky.
Right. I think that's what you're talking
state
about.
Of mind and all that stuff. That's where it becomes tricky. And yeah, there's.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to respond to Bacon 1 second. The other day, Suicide Aficionado was talking in one of Joe's chats, and that person commented, "I am not a troll, but I have seen this name before." And I was thinking that was over at your channel because the name looked familiar. But I'm not sure if they're all swampy, but they seem to be swampy. I have no proof. That's the troll that pissed me off. Bacon thinks it's fun, so he leaves them in his chat because he engages with them. He thinks it's hilarious.
Well, he got his ass reported last night. I don't know what he said to piss off one of my mods, but he got his ass reported. So, I was cool with that. That's fine. Whatever he said something that got one of the mods to report him. So if he's gonna play the suicide game, he needs to be a little bit more careful with his words.
But Suicide Aficionado is not a good name.
Yeah, because like I told Jen, we have standards. We have community standards here too.
Oh, Nick, Swampy is this person. I'm assuming it's a guy, but I have no proof. That comes in the Bacon streams on Friday, and it's a troll. And when I'm on panel, he makes a big thing about me. I'm the little girl. Mm-hmm. Because some people think I sound like I'm a child. My voice.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if I really have an opinion on assisted suicide and shit like that.
Here's what I think.
It should definitely be if it's going to be a decision, it needs to be a very personal decision made between someone and their family, and not made in the halls of some state house or congressional house.
Well, you have to have a law in place.
Because I've sat in the room with somebody who has said, to turn the damn machine off. I've sat in the room with them, and they said in no uncertain terms 3 fucking times, turn it off. How many times do I have to tell you? Turn it off. And it was, a clear statement. I mean, it wasn't, hand me the can of gas. But it was, the fight's over. We're finished.
Oh my God!
And I've known other people who've done the same thing. It was like, the fight's finished. I've got 6 months. I'm going to take these 6 months. And we've all read stories about cancer patients who've elected not to go with chemo. Just we could take chemo to extend our life by 9 months, or
that is
not
people's
do it,
choice,
and that's their choice. And arguably speaking, we're talking about timelines at this point. You talk about timelines if it's today or if it's sometime in September when the natural process is going to take its place. But I think I do not think it should be elected people who have absolutely no who are acting on their personal agendas, making that decision for other people. That's their decision to make. It's my decision to make.
But we have to put them in the law.
It doesn't. No, I don't think the law should touch it at all.
No. What I'm saying is, in order for stuff like that to happen, death with dignity, there needs to be laws put in place to allow for that to happen. That's why people are advocating.
There need to be laws repealed.
No. What I'm saying is, when I use that example of the man who didn't want to go through it anymore with the heart surgery, he was saying you have to advocate for laws to be put in place to do it, because otherwise, I think my understanding is there could be medical lawsuits and other issues. So there has to be a law that allows you to do it, but it should be a law that says it's up to the individual, and as long as you're in good conscious, stuff like that.
But
leave it to the people to decide.
There should be a line, a distinction between people foregoing medical, like choosing to forego medical care, versus people choosing to take actions to deliberately end their.
I don't mean that. What I mean is, it's like, for example, they say you have like a year to live, and you decide, I don't want to go through chemotherapy, and I want my affairs in order, or you're getting so sick, and you're too much in pain, and you want to take matters into your hands because you don't want to suffer your last days on earth. Then yes, I think they should have that decision, and they should decide for themselves with their medical doctor. It's not up for us to decide. It's what people want to go through. That's everyone's individual choice.
And a distinction needs to be made between emotional pain and physical pain, mental pain and physical pain.
I agree with all of that, yes.
And if you cut me off again, I'm going to mute you. Distinctions need to be made between these things so that it's I mean, it's you can look at it from the outside and say, like, there's clear distinctions between somebody going and taking active measures to unalive themselves versus people who just say, you know what, we're going to let this play out the way it's going to play out. Or going to a doctor and saying, look, doc, this is, we're in agony and none of the treatments are working and all this stuff, when you start getting into the details, it starts to become very hard to decide where you're going to draw that line. That's like, and it's the same thing when they talk about the fucking politicians talking about abortion. Where do you draw the line? Is it at 26 weeks? Is it at 23 weeks? Is it at 22 weeks? Is it at 29 weeks? Like, don't draw a fucking line. Let the people trust their decision. Trust their own judgment. It's their lives, it's their bodies, it's their decision, it's their home, it's their family. Trust their decision. But you don't facilitate the active role of choosing the off ramp. That's the challenge. And That's when you start dickering around with these things. That's when you start, where do you draw the line? Well, you know what? Best not to draw a line. Best not to draw it at all. And that's the challenge. That's the real challenge, because you don't want to literally put a loaded gun in a child's hand who's going through a breakup, his first ever breakup with his first ever girlfriend, or who's just let down his band because they got a 2 in competition, and he was their drum major. They got a 2 in competition, the first 2 in competition they've gotten, instead of a 1 being best. They got a 2 the first time in 6 years. That high school got a 2 in marching band competition, and he just couldn't take the shame. And you don't want to normalize that. You don't want to make that okay. But that is a distinctly different circumstance than somebody who is looking at 9 months to live and 6 months of chemotherapy. Yeah, it's a distinctly different circumstance. And it's hard to write laws to contrast those two different circumstances. So it's best not to do it at all. Then that's kind of what I think about it. And Bopac has taken off for the night. Cheers, Bopac. It was good to have you here. Thank you so much. Where'd he go? There it is. Taking off for the night. But gotta sleep sometimes too. Yeah, I gotta sleep sometime too. I heard you wrestling around back there. What are you doing over there, Sunflowers? Son, where'd you go? They mute her microphone.
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Well, I heard you wrestling around back there. What were you putting together?
Nothing. I was just listening to you.
Well, thank you, madam. It's a very difficult subject. Yeah, Bopac's right. It's a very, very, very difficult subject. It's hard. It's hard, and because it hits people in personal ways. I assume you know somebody who has chosen to take an off ramp instead of struggle through the fight. Son, is that true?
What's that?
Do you know somebody who has chosen to take the off ramp instead of struggle through the fight?
No.
You don't know anybody?
Just the dude from the radio.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of artists. And maybe that's why I know so many people who've done it, because I know so many artists, and artists are just a different breed of people who live in angst. I don't know. I don't know why I know so many people who've done it. But maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's just a function of living in the suburbs. You know, a bunch of kids. I don't know. But I do know that, it was quite a shock. It was a rival high school. It was quite a shock to learn that the drum major at our rival high school decided that he had enough because he couldn't take the shame. That was a shot to the kidneys that year. But anyway, so where are we at? What are we talking about? Let's talk about something else. I don't want to talk about this anymore. This sucks. This is a shitty topic. Pick a different topic, son. Any other topic? What other topics?
Does anyone here think Leslie Jones is funny?
Think who's funny?
Leslie Jones.
Leslie Jones, the comedian on Saturday Night Live?
She used to be on Saturday Night Live. Yeah, she's taking over for Trevor Noah, and I just wanted to see how it goes.
For Trevor Noah?
No. What they're doing on the Daily Show is they call it the Daily Show now, and Trevor Noah left.
Yeah.
And they're having a whole bunch of guest hosts come on, and she's starting the week. And then there are going to be other people. Eventually,
so
Al Franken.
She's not taking over. She's a guest host. Got it. Al
Right.
Franken would be a great replacement for Trevor
Al
Noah. Holy
Franken,
shit, Al Franken would be
Chelsea
fantastic.
Handler. I think
Former Senator Al Franken, now the host of the Daily Show. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
Now, seriously, I don't understand why that whole thing about leaving him, letting him go in Congress was the stupidest thing ever. From the
Yeah,
Senate. When they have Jim Jordan and they have Matt Gaetz, and they keep them around, and they're alleged to do sexual things. But the Democrats want to go.
That's because the Democrats have standards and the Republicans don't.
Yeah. You mean like
the whole circumstance?
Their standard with what's his name? George Santos. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have standards. They just let
do you know that
do it. They don't care. But the whole circumstance with Al Franken was a product of the time. It was a product of the environment. Kirsten Gillibrand was was working on her credentials so that she could run for president, and it was this cultural movement that was getting hot. It got so hot that it burned its own fuel. And Al Franken he got caught up in that. What he did was shitty, but in the circumstance that he did it in the late 70s, early 80s, it was a product of the time. But
I don't know how
he paid the consequence for it.
Look, I don't think there have been alleged that he might have touched some women. I don't know, but that whole picture thing where he almost touched the boobs, that's nothing to get all uppity about.
Yeah, but again, Kirsten Gillibrand was running for president, and she was.
I know. I'm saying the other allegations might have been more legit. To even bring up that picture was
other
stupid.
Allegations, but that was the one, and it was. He probably could have stuck around and fought it out, but it would have been a distraction from the cause. It would have been a distraction from the focus of important business. It would have. There was other people behind him that were quite capable and ready to take the place. And he was a sacrificial log on the fire of the Me Too movement so that Kirsten Gillibrand could run for president. That was it. That was the reason that he had to go. And he reluctantly looked at the circumstance and he said, "You know what? I'd rather not fight this fight." And he noped out. But he was a good senator. He was good at his job. He was good at what he did. He was just it's unfortunate, but you could also see the whole narrative of that time. That whole narrative of the time distracted from the focus of what it needed to be, and it would have been a shit show. And they needed at that time discipline, and they needed focus, and they needed good messaging. So
right. I want to take Nick up,
but I really do hope he gets the job as the anchor for the news desk at the Daily Show. That'd be so fucking awesome.
Nick, I want to point out, I always thought, compared to Trevor Noah, I think that Jon Stewart was a lot better. I agree. Now, I recently read, because a lot of people had to warm up to Trevor Noah, probably because they didn't know him, because he came from South Africa. But as time went on, I thought Trevor Noah was very good, but I only watched him on YouTube. And I was reading a bunch of things that since Trevor Noah started, I think in 2015, his ratings dipped a lot. And they think that might have been the actual reason why he left the show without them officially saying so.
Yeah, maybe
but
so.
Who knows? And there have been this idea that late night, the format for late night is not working anymore because people are interested in streaming programs now, and because they want to binge watch whenever they have time. And so the idea that you're actually going to tune in at a certain time, because the whole point of late night is you want the news at that time, with the funny. So it's going to be irrelevant if you watch it like 2-3 days later. However, there was that lady. She's a black lady. I forget what her name is. And she actually did a late night show hosting job, but she was on a streaming service. So that's probably the way to go. Because I was reading that for Trevor, he got a lot of views from YouTube. And that's where I watched the Daily Show. I never tuned in to Comedy Central.
Yeah, a lot of people have already cut the cord. A lot of his market, the Gen X, Millennial, Xennial, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever, all these kids, a lot of them have already cut the cord, so they don't get Comedy Central at all. And the only way they watch these shows is through YouTube and streaming services. And after
exactly,
I got turned off by Trevor in the early days when he was still trying to do the same format and same, like he was replacing Jon Stewart as host, and he was doing Jon Stewart's show, and it wasn't working for Trevor Noah. And I said, I'll come back in a few months when he's settled in and he starts making the show his own. And I just never came back. I had other stuff to do.
I think I can't speak for ratings, but I think more people, I think he got a stride when he changed the name of his show, but I can't remember. It was during COVID. He did it from his apartment, and he actually got his authentic hair, instead of because he went with the fro instead of the hair that he had before.
Yeah, he quit getting haircuts.
And the point is that I think he got better as time went on, but I'm assuming why he said he was leaving is now covered because the ratings were very bad.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I mean, there comes a time when it's time to move on. So, is it Ted or is it late night where Ted will read jokes? The other guys guess which late night host or Ted himself.
That sounds fun.
That's kind of fun. But yeah, I mean, honest God, I haven't watched the Late Show or the Daily Show rather in probably 4 years. I just haven't. I mean, because it doesn't come on Netflix. It doesn't come on Netflix. It doesn't come on Hulu, and that's what we watch. We watch Netflix and Hulu.
But I also was reading that the reason why this is a theory that late night is tanking. It doesn't matter who the host is. Myers, Jimmy Kimmel. It doesn't matter. The whole concept is that they eventually decided to go all in and talk about Trump, and that lost a lot of people because it's not because they were mentioning Trump, because people have been making fun of politicians since forever. That's not the answer. It was because when you paid attention to the late night hosts, it all seemed like the same joke eventually would recirculate.
Yeah.
And it got stale.
Yeah, because you can only say that, there's only so many jokes you can make about eating classified documents or whatever. And they would all they would all eventually kind of sound the same. Yeah.
It's kind of like when you tune into the so-called cable news shows, eventually the stories all sound the same, just a slightly different angle.
That is a good point, Nick. Norm Macdonald would have been a great host. He was the host of the news desk at the Weekend Update at Saturday Night Live. And Norm Macdonald was a great one-liner comic. He was a dry, witty, he was very apolitical, but he would just roast and skewer the powers that be. He was a great comic. He was when he went on tour, when he went on the talk show tour, he was just repeating. He literally would open a book of Rodney Dangerfield's one-liners, and he was just repeating Rodney Dangerfield's old jokes. He was so good at what he did. He didn't always nail it, but he was really good at what he did.
See, that's what I thought was good. We in the beginning, Weekend Update. That's the best way to get your news. But now I tune in every now and again to SNL, and it's just not the same. The SNL of today is nothing like it used to be.
you do know Weekend Update is just is jokes, right? It's headlines and then the joke. It's not actual
what I'm
news,
saying
right?
is that I understand that, but you can still learn a little bit about something. It's mostly jokes, yeah.
I mean, you get the headlines.
I mean, and
It's like with
listen.
the Daily Show, you get the headlines and then you get commentary. You don't get like news. You get some of the news, but not all the news.
But what I'm getting at here is Weekend Update. If all you saw was Weekend Update, you'd probably be more informed than watching the so-called cable news, because they have an agenda.
Well, hang on. It depends on how you do it. Because if you get the joke and you're like, wait a minute, what's the real story underneath the joke? And then you go look for the real story. Then that's how you get the information. You get informed that way, because you're like, here's a joke about a thing. And you're like, what's the joke about what's the thing then? And you go look for the thing and find out what it really is.
But don't jokes have to be based solely on a little bit of truth, though?
No, jokes don't. I mean, a priest, a rabbi, and Santa Claus walk into a bar. That's not based on reality.
No, but I'm talking about on Weekend Update, which is based off the news.
Oh yeah. I mean, they take the headlines and make jokes from the headlines. Yeah. But that's what I mean. You hear the joke and you're like, wait a minute, and you go look for the real story underneath the joke and find out what the real story was.
And I would think those people are more informed, I would guess, than say, like, if you solely watched MSNBC or if you solely watched, because the cable news, I wish they would go away. The so-called cable news channels. I don't care what political aisle they come from.
Yeah, because when you're watching the cable news, they're telling you the story, and you don't have the motivation to go find out what the story is based on the joke. You're seeing the story, but you're not going to find the joke. In the Weekend Update or Daily Show or something like that, they give you the joke and makes the headline interesting enough for you to go look and say, okay, so what are they talking about? And then you go over and try and find the story, and you triangulate the sources for the joke and find out what the underlying story is. And that makes you want to go and do the work. You have to go and do the work. They're not feeding you the work. But on MSNBC and Fox and CNN, they're doing 80% of the work for you. But that last 20%, that's where the reality lives. And you don't, you're getting the headline, you're getting enough of the story. You're like, okay, I know what's going on. There's that reverse of the two things. Joke about dead puppets. Wait. Oh, a joke about dead puppies doesn't mean there has to be dead puppies.
Right, but I was referring to, because it's politically based news jokes. That's Weekend Update from SNL. So that kind of has to be based off of truth. But a joke, just a joke, does not have to be based in reality. That is true.
But Weekend Update is generally headlines that they're making jokes about.
Speaking of headlines, did you ever watch what was it called? I can't remember, but it was a segment with Jay Leno, and he would show newspaper clippings of headlines or things that were wrong with the.
Yeah.
What was it? I forget what it was called.
Letterman did the same thing. Bizarre headlines. Letterman did it. Leno did it. Carson did it. It was an ongoing bit on the NBC late night shows. Yeah.
Right. But
Oh, Sunflowers is gone. Where'd you go, son? Son, where'd you go? There she is. She's back. But based on whose truth? No, not based on whose truth. It's a headline. The joke is a joke. You get the joke. You get the joke based on the headline, and then you go and triangulate sources to find out what the real story is. That's what it is.
Wait a minute, Bacon.
There's not whose truth. It's truth.
Bacon, wait. I find that hard to believe. You're one of the most hilarious people I know.
I can see why I got kicked off the stage.
Did you say something offensive?
I'm sure he did.
Because you know what? I'm going to be honest.
He probably said something that was very funny to 3 people.
Because no. Because I don't find Bacon offensive. I
No,
don't
he's not.
find him offensive. I find him hilarious.
But that's not that he couldn't be offensive if he wanted to be. I mean, I'm funny when I want to be funny. I could be offensive if you want me to be offensive.
Right.
I could,
No, because
I
that's
could be
the only
condescending.
reason.
I could be a total prick.
Right. But I've just said that because today, a lot of comedians, that's what they feel like they get kicked off the stage because somebody got butthurt and they said something offensive. Because a lot of people claim, like the guy from Seinfeld, you can't tell jokes today.
Yeah. Jerry Seinfeld has said that he doesn't do college campuses because college
Exactly.
campuses
And I
don't
find
get
that,
his humor.
yes.
And I'm actually going to broach the subject with Slade Ham, one of my comedian friends, next week when he comes on the show.
Cool.
That I because I've talked about this on the stream before, that you can do jokes, edgy jokes about controversial subjects if you're a good comedian. If you're a bad comedian, you can't. And Jerry Seinfeld may not be able to do jokes that are edgy and controversial because Jerry Seinfeld may not be as good a comedian anymore as he used to be. He was a great comedian in the 1990s. He was a great comedian in the early 2000s. But, safe humor about, and, Jewish doctors, that's like, okay, you stay in your lane, dude. I mean, Bill Engvall had a great career about you might be a redneck if. He made a whole fucking career out of that.
I never liked that.
But he made a whole career out of it. And that is safe comedy. Safe comedy. And that's not to say he's not a great comedian because he had a huge career. He's a huge comedian. But you can absolutely have a great career doing safe comedy because there's big audiences doing safe comedy. I went to a comedy show recently where the comedian thought that my libtard granddaughter was a punchline, and like half the audience like erupted when my libtard granddaughter. They erupted. But I can tell you this much: Roseanne sounds like a bitter, old, angry bitch. She's not very funny. She's not funny. She's angry and she's bitter.
You don't like Roseanne Barr?
She has a very specific audience. I liked Roseanne Barr in the 1990s when she was funny. She's not funny anymore.
I love Roseanne Barr.
Have you seen her stand up?
Have
you seen her stand up act in the last 15 years?
I can't remember any of that.
Have you seen anything she's done since her last show got canceled?
I used to see her on political interviews, and sometimes she was funny. But as for stand-up clips, I can't recall the last time I saw a stand-up clip of hers.
Yeah,
but I agree with you.
I mean, here's a joke. She told a joke about the best part of living in Texas, which she doesn't live in Texas. But the best part of living in Texas is that she can mow down the 15 deer that are munching on her grass with her AR-15. That was a joke. The best part of living in Texas. It's like, Jesus Christ.
When does she ever live in Texas?
That's the best part of living in Texas? God damn. She doesn't. She lives in Hawaii, but she owns a ranch in Texas. So.
Okay, I got punked.
She didn't OD on pills. By the way, Nick, she's still using that bullshit excuse that she was racist because of Ambien. She's not racist because of Ambien. She's racist because she's a fucking racist. And she was still talking about her diverse neighborhood that she grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah. Salt Lake City, Utah is like 98% white. There's more black people on the court in the stadium or the basketball arena in Salt Lake City than in the rest of the city. It is ridiculously white. It's Utah, for crying out loud. She's, sometimes you just gotta be, sometimes when you're an asshole, you just step over the line. And she stepped over the line, and she's not a decent enough person to own the fact that she overstepped her boundaries. That's it. That's just how it goes.
Anyways, I got punked. Bacon punked me. You know, F you, Bacon.
You trying to make my whiskey come out my nose? Shame on you.
Yes. He goes, you actually took that seriously. Well, how?
What?
God, how was I supposed to know? I assume you being funny, you would actually try stand-up.
I've done stand-up before. I was not good at it. I don't want to do it again.
So,
yeah.
When you said you were talking about the show, the comedy show, was that the one you got paid to go to?
Yes, that was the one I got paid to go to.
Okay, so can you finally tell us who was the headliner they claimed?
Roseanne. It was Roseanne Barr was the headliner of this
for real?
fucking show. It was so unfunny. Like the funniest part of the show was like us, like the most entertaining part. Let me put it this way: the most entertaining part of the show was me and my lovely wife looking at each other, going, "Holy shit, this is weird." Her opening act, the warm-up comedian was the sound gal. The sound guy was a chick. The sound guy was the opening act of this dreadful nosebleed of a fucking comedy show. And she kept it was an hour set. She went for an hour and a half. And the producers were like, she's going to come back out and do some jokes. And we're like, holy shit, she's going to come. We got to sit here for another 30 minutes while she comes back out and redoes jokes that didn't land. Ugh.
Okay, interestingly enough, I'm a huge fan of Roseanne's show. The Roseanne, and then it turned into the Connors. Now, when I used to learn about Roseanne, I found her in real life to be incredibly annoying because she would always shout and this and that.
Yeah,
but
maybe so.
The older I got, I thought she seemed more kinder and she seemed to be funnier. But then something happened to her when Trump ran for president, and she seemed not as nice as she started to become.
Well, yeah, okay.
So I don't know, like, was her stand-up like from a bitter perspective?
So I don't know what she's like personally. I don't know who she is personally. I don't know anything about her as a individual human, a normal person talking like you and me. Just I don't know her personally, right?
Okay.
The character that she plays on stage, the Roseanne Barr character, the stage performer, the interviewee, whatever, that person is an abrasive, angry, just it. And you can do that. Like Bill Burr does that as his stage performance. Bill Burr, the stage performer, he's abrasive, he's angry, he's edgy. It works for him, yeah. But he moderates it. He moderates it, and maybe it's a double standard where guys can do it, and they can yell and scream and laugh about it, but girls can't. I don't know if that's a double standard, if it's a sexist double standard or not, but she just doesn't. It's just not the same. It's not. She's abrasive and unfunny, and it really feels like she's punching down instead of punching up. It's less of a social commentary and it's more just a bitter ranting. Like the first 20 minutes of her whole fucking act was bitching about getting killed off of her own show, and then complaining because it was just Ambien drugs that did it. This was literally 20 minutes of her act. She had her show and she got killed. They killed me off of my own show because I said something that made people angry on Twitter. Like, yeah, it wasn't your show.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
She should have been kicked off.
Bacon knows both Rosie O'Donnell, both Roseanne and Rosie. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So Bacon has met both Roseanne and Rosie O'Donnell. Both have their own hot dog at Pink's. So you've met them both personally. You've talked to them personally. I'm sure they're decent. They're just normal, decent people in person. Although I kind of think Rosie O'Donnell's probably not so much a decent person. But, she seems to be.
Speaking of people we have so-called met, my parents have made the claim that they saw Al Pacino in Chicago.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Hang on a second. Nick says to reach out to her, see if she'll do the podcast. That's not a bad idea. Maybe Joey V can get her on his podcast. He seems to be able to pull decent guests. So you were saying what? They know who?
My parents. What is Taylor Street Pizza? I believe that's in Chicago. My parents claim they saw Al Pacino. And they heard him talk, and they insist it was Al Pacino, but he was denying that it was him.
That seems like an Al Pacino thing to do, where he's like, no, I'm not Al Pacino. It's not me.
I would have liked to have been there for that. That would have been cool.
That would have been cool. Okay, so they have hot dogs names. So you haven't met them both. You just have you just know of their hot dogs. You've met their.
Yeah.
Oh, you do know both. Okay. I misread that. I do know both Roseanne and Rosie O'Donnell have hot dogs named after. I thought you were saying I do know both Roseanne and Rosie O'Donnell.
No.
Both have their own hot dogs. I thought that was two separate statements. I misread that. Okay. But like I said, I'm sure they're decent people in like real life. You like talk to them in real life. They're probably decent people, but you don't have to be a good comedian if you're a decent person. You can be those things can be mutually exclusive. You can be a decent person and a shitty comedian.
My mom and I, Nick, we used to watch Rosie O'Donnell's talk show, and I thought she was very nice. But I think Rosie O'Donnell is not as nice as she was on the show. I think some of that was an act to people please because she wasn't out and all. And I think her more abrasive side, like when she went on The View, that's more of who she is. So sometimes people think they need to play a part.
I get that. The people pleasing, playing the part, and then when they when the curtains come down, they no longer have fucks to give, and they don't have to convince people that they're decent people. Like, you know what? I'm gonna fight for what I think is right, and fuck everybody.
I would rather
I get that.
People be their true self from the get-go. Like, I don't exactly like him, his comedy, but I think he's always been true to himself. And I say that of Dave Chappelle, like a Dave Chappelle.
Ah, Dave Chappelle, yeah.
I would rather people be like their true self.
I would rather see people be their true selves, unless their true selves is a pure asshole, and then like learn to read the room. If you're a true asshole, like learn to read the room. And
hey Trump,
quit being an asshole.
If you're listening, that's for you.
But that was like what we did, like as a society, from like the late '80s on. It was like, if you are a racist, that's fine. Just don't act like a racist. Just like keep that shit to yourself. And that we did that well as a society for several years, until like people were like, I'm tired of being politically correct. I just want to say the N-word. Like, if you just want to say the N-word, fine, go around and say it. See what happens, motherfucker.
I don't know, because hold on. Because if we're talking about comedy, we've had in the past decades comedy that pushed the envelope.
Uh-huh.
And they would go out and they could tell those, like a lot of the jokes of the past decades, you can't say anymore.
I don't know about that. I would argue that point, because I would, like I said before, good comedians, and well, comedy is of its time. Like stuff that's funny in the 70s is not necessarily going to be funny in 2023. because it's the 1970s. You're not going to go up on stage in 2023 and make jokes about Jimmy Carter, because, you know, political jokes about Jimmy Carter in 2023 are not the same as political jokes about Jimmy Carter in 1978. So it's a product of the time. It's a product of the place. So obviously jokes will change over time. You can't tell the same joke for 40 years and expect it to land for 40 years. Not necessarily. Some jokes maybe, some jokes maybe not. Nick is asking why his comments being blocked. I don't know what you're talking about, Nick. I haven't blocked any comments.
Oh, Nick, you make sure before you think this, make sure that you are on live chat, not top chat. Because
I don't see any comments being blocked.
And you see and you look at the side chat, you might not see all your comments come up. That's a YouTube thing. So make sure it says live chat, and then all the chats should come up if nobody is blocking you personally. Otherwise, there could be another reason YouTube is screwed up. But that's usually what happens because people don't realize.
Now, this is a good question. Like, why do you get dad jokes that are being told for 40 years? It's because dad jokes aren't necessarily topical. They're timeless. There is such things as timeless jokes. Like, take my wife, for example. Please. For example, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. For example, take my wife. Please. That's a fucking timeless joke, a one-liner timeless joke that you can fucking tell forever. Dad jokes you can tell forever. Certain jokes you can tell forever. But most comedy is a product of its time, product of its place, product of its environment. And you change that environment. Like, you could tell a joke that's told in German in Germany is not going to be funny in the United States necessarily. Not necessarily. Maybe not. Because of language difference, location difference, population difference, culture difference, all the shit is different. Comedy is very, very personal and very local, and very specific to the time when the jokes are being told. That's why you don't have comedy cover artists. You can have a Van Halen tribute band playing Van Halen's music. You can have a Beatles tribute band. You can have a Frankie Valli tribute band playing music from Frankie Valli for 50 years after his death, but you don't have a Mitch Hedberg tribute comic repeating Mitch Hedberg's comedy 20 years after his death.
That's true. Because there's all those Elvis impersonators.
Yeah, you just don't do it. You just can't. You can't. It doesn't work with comedy. I mean, you can come out and say, you know, Mitch was a friend of mine, and if he were alive today, I think he would say jokes about, you know, and you do a couple of Mitch Hedberg riffs, but you can't go on stage and say, I don't know why they have out of order signs on escalators. The sign should say, I am sorry, these are now stairs. That's, you know, you can't, that doesn't land the way it landed when Mitch said it when he was on stage on the Letterman show.
Right.
It was different. And you hear it for the first time, you're like, oh my God, that's funny. But you hear it for the fifth time from some other dumb random comic, and it's just like, oh, Mitch was funny. I miss Mitch.
So, what makes a comedian good? Like, when I tuned into the Daily Show, because I was just curious how it was going to go.
Yeah,
I think what Leslie Jones has to say for commentary, because we get a different perspective, a Black woman's perspective, I think was very interesting. But I don't find her as funny as everyone else seems to think. Like to me, she's just a screaming lady.
Yeah, she has a very particular type of comedy that she does. I find her to be hilarious. Her stand-up act is top notch. But what makes a comedian funny? That's a great question. There's a formula to comedy. There's the setup, the setup, the premise, and the punchline. Comedy is formulaic. There's a way to make a joke. It's not just, because you can say something, you can say a thing and it's not funny, and then hand it to a comic and they can say it in a funny way, and then it becomes a joke. I don't know the science behind comedy. I don't know this or the science behind comics and jokes, but it is definitely a formula, and professionals know how to do it. Professionals know how to do it very well. They know how to make jokes. Musicians know how to write formulas. They're just good at it. In fact, what makes comedy good is something that I'm going to talk to Slade Ham about next week when he comes on the show. Local comic, Whiskey Brother, great guy. Yeah, it's definitely something I'm going to talk to him about.
What I find, for me, that makes a good comedian or a comedian is their delivery. Like, it's not just in how they speak. It's like, for example, with Lucille Ball and the physical comedy. I think that made that show wonderful.
Yeah. The combo with a straight man and the funny guy, like Abbott and Costello, that's another formulaic, a comedy formula that's timeless and it works and it's done well. The physical comedy, the one-liners, the deadpan one-liners, Norm Macdonald, Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, he's amazing.
Those guys, they were good at what they did, but it's just like with bands, just like with music, just like well-produced bands, it's formulaic, and you execute the formula. You go into the studio, you execute the formula, you're done. You walk out, you're finished. And that's the difference between good comics and bad comics. A good comic can sit there and write 50 jokes, and 30 of them will be good. A bad comic can write 50 jokes, and 10 of them will be good. There's so many things. Putting together a set, callbacks from the way you put together a set, a tight 5 minutes versus a tight hour. Those are worlds apart between the two of them. You're going up and doing an open mic night versus doing a comedy special. I mean, those are worlds apart.
I agree with all that. But for me, the big thing is the delivery. Because for the longest time, yours truly didn't know that there were comedy writers on the comedy show. For example, Conan O'Brien.
Rooms of them, teams of them, yeah.
Like Conan O'Brien, for example. That's the first time I tuned into late night, and I didn't realize they had people write the jokes for them. I assumed they wrote their own jokes.
Right.
And that's why
he was a comedy writer too. Conan O'Brien was a comedy writer at SNL and for The Simpsons.
Right. But that's why that's why I assumed he would write his own jokes. But anyway.
Oh, No, there's a local comic named Zod Duji here in Houston that wrote some of the jokes for Nikki Glaser at the Comedy Roast Battle, or the Comedy Roast on Comedy Central. The roast of I don't remember who they were roasting, but he wrote some of her jokes, and she used one of his jokes in the roast. So Zod had one of his jokes that he wrote for Nikki Glaser used on the show, the national broadcast, the syndicated broadcast of the roast of, I don't remember who they were roasting, but that was comedians write jokes for other comedians all the time, and that's how especially the big name comedians who go touring, they have teams of writers who help them write jokes. They write a lot of their own shit, but they have, just like songwriters. Sometimes they write their own songs. Musicians, they write their own songs, but sometimes they have songwriters.
Mm-hmm. Did we lose chat?
I've got chat. We lost you.
Because I don't see any chat now.
Okay. Well, it's still here. I see it. I
Okay.
don't know what you're looking at, but I promise you I can see it. The last comment was from Vanessa Kitty. One of my smart people who chimes in on the smart people stuff that I post in shorts. Thank you, Vanessa.
No.
She said her last comment was, "We lost you, Sunflower."
It says message from audience will display here. Well, I don't see any of you.
Yeah, your left panel reset. Sorry. It's still there, I promise.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. When I got kicked off of Restream here, I don't know. Unless somebody types something new. Oh,
there
here it is.
I think it's you. You're in Sunflower. That should be the first comment you have.
Okay, so now you know what happens. If people get kicked out of here, they won't get the chat back.
Yeah.
They'll have to wait until somebody starts posting again.
Yeah, it resets, but it's all there. It just resets. And if I close that, I'm pretty sure if I close that and open it back up, it'll be blank.
All right, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. So.
All right, so we were talking about what makes a good comedian.
Yeah,
and I said it's the delivery for that reason alone.
Right. And you were surprised that Conan O'Brien was not his own writer. He had a team of writers helping him also make
right,
jokes.
because that was the first time I learned about how it works when I used to watch his show, because I thought he was very funny and I was curious and I would try to learn. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is another thing, timing. Timing and delivery. Delivery is part of timing, absolutely.
Right. Because I would have thought part of being a good comedian is you're funny because you could make the joke yourself. That's what I thought their job was. That's why when they do late night, I was really shocked that they don't.
Yeah, absolutely. But in some, I mean, when you think about what they do at late night, especially late night talk shows, they got to come up with these damn jokes every single night. Every single night, 8-10 jokes in their monologue. Of course they've got to have. Yeah, that's, and in the case of the big time guys, they're running their own show and they're producing it and they're doing all this stuff. Yeah, they've got to have a team of writers doing this stuff. I thought the same thing. Like when I discovered there was a team of writers working for them, I was like, of course there are. It was like this eye-opening thing. Of course there are. Duh.
Speaking of that,
why did I think the other stuff? Sorry, go ahead.
You know the actress Helen Mirren?
Mirren, yeah.
All right. She played the Queen in the movie The Queen.
Okay.
And that's the first time it dawned on me. Oh, you mean presidents don't write their own speeches? They have speech writers? Wow. And I'm like,
that's another one, yeah.
Because I thought if she's the Queen, and it must be the same for our president. I'm like, oh, that's weird.
Of course, the president has a team of speechwriters. Yeah. There's whole teams of professional writers that write this shit for people. Speech writers, joke writers, and they're different people because they're different purposes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's a revelation when you see how things work behind the scenes in show business, and politics is also show business. That's
exactly. Bacon brings up a good point. Timing. He says timing, as in many fields, can make or break a joke. He has a very good point.
Right. Because why did the chicken cross the road? But yeah, local artists definitely, local comedians definitely, like on the smaller scale, they'll write their own jokes, but when they're working with other, to get to the other side, sorry. But local comedians will definitely write their own jokes, but they'll work together to workshop their jokes together. They'll like glom into groups of comedians together. I've sat there and talked to a comic who was literally working on his stage set, while he was talking to me. Like I just met him that night, and he's like, "So what do you do?" I'm like, "I make whiskey. I'm the sponsor of the show. We're doing this stuff." He said, "Man, I had the worst day. I got a wreck on my motorcycle. I hit my head," and he like went into this like weird fucking story. And I'm like, "All right, that's cool." and that's cool. And all right, I'll talk to you later. And then I go off and do my own shit because it was like such a weird interaction. It just felt like weird. And then I'm sitting there, like the show starts, and I'm sitting there and I'm having a drink, and he goes up on stage and he fucking repeats the same story with a couple of modified lines. He was workshopping his fucking joke on me. Like, God, that guy sucks. I did not like that guy. But I know enough comics locally that, I mean, some of them work together in like little groups, 3, 4, 5 person groups, and they tour together, and they're each other's opening act and their featuring acts, and it'll be so and so and friends. And whenever they book a show, they'll bring a couple of their guys on with them as their opener and their feature and their headliner, and they kind of tour together like that, and they'll do podcasts together, and they'll joke together, and they'll kind of help refine each other's jokes, and they'll bounce stuff back and forth off against each other. It's a really cool environment to see, and it's an environment that works in the same way that it works for like engineers or accountants or stuff like that. Because when you go to a convention with accountants or a convention with trustees or what, and you talk about shit that works, and you talk about best practices and stuff like that, comedians do the same thing. Musicians do the same thing. They go to open mic nights and they work on music, and they talk to each other, and they practice techniques, and they talk about equipment, and they talk about all this shit, like, professional development that they do. It just looks different with comedians and musicians and stuff like that, because they do it at bars or comedy clubs or on podcasts or whatever. And accountants and distillers don't do that the same way that they do it. We do it in different ways. But when I go to the Texas Whiskey Fest, I sit around a table with a bunch of other distillers, and we're drinking each other's whiskeys, and we're talking about distributors and how they suck, and who else in the industry is a piece of shit. And that's what we do to get to the other side. Jesus. Anyway, so welcome back. Are you back? I hear the noise. Oh, there you are.
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, goes for speech making, blah, 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 blah. Pull my finger. Pull my finger definitely works, but not in a funeral home. So, just so you know.
Well, fart jokes work for middle school kids.
Yeah, but not in a funeral home. Fart jokes do not work in funeral homes.
No, but they work for middle school kids. They always seem to be a hit with the boys.
Ventriloquism acts, surprisingly enough, work great in funeral homes. Ventriloquism at a funeral is hilarious if you know how to do it right.
Ventriloquism? That's a little bizarre, if you ask me.
You gotta be able to, if you can throw your voice into the casket, it's hilarious.
What is that guy? There's a famous comedian who has a dummy.
Oh, there's a few.
Phil Dunham?
Yeah, Dunham. He won
Dunham.
America's Got Talent. Yeah, Jeff Dunham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he beat out Cass Haley to win that year, and I thought it was a travesty because Cass Haley was fucking amazing. I went and bought his CD. I thought he was so good. I went and bought his CD. So, Wing Commander in Alaskan actually gave the hospital squadron a direct order to stop telling jokes of any kind. No kidding.
What for? Were they raunchy jokes? Offensive jokes?
I don't know, just he's a kid.
I mean, why would you want to have a laugh?
That was a fun 6 months. But see, that's the thing. If you get an order to stop telling jokes, you just start telling different jokes that aren't, that aren't the same. You start getting clever.
You would think in those kind of, in the military is where you need the jokes. Like they have the USO come.
Right? Exactly.
They need to decompress.
Bob Hope. Throwing that on the first things to learn in the country speaks a different language. Yep. And Polska Bob has just joined us, and I'm going to take a step away from the camera for a brief moment while you two chat for a moment. I'll be right back.
Hi, Bob. Are you there, Bob? Vanessa Kitty, is it that bad? The jokes in the military? Oh, bye, Bob.
It is 2 o'clock in the morning. Bob left? Where'd Bob go? He already left? Where'd Bob go?
He dropped out. I said
All right.
hello, but there was no answer.
Well, if he
So-
comes back, then I'll put him back in. But it is after 2 o'clock in the morning in America. But
Yeah, I'm surprised you're still up.
Okay, so let's catch up real fast. Why would the wing cannon do his wife get dang offended? Or the joke scene in the. Have you ever heard the joke scene? I would assume that soldiers could tell pretty decent jokes. I mean, when you're facing the, when you're facing the challenges that you face in the military, I assume you either laugh or you cry, and you come up with some pretty fucking good jokes. Never that app. I don't know what that means. All right. Fill the dead air. That was you. All right. I think we're banning jokes was a wee bit over the top. All right. So we're all set. So use that app trying to sync it. Oh, okay. I see. I got you. Okay. So, Sunflowers, let's wrap this up. I need to get to bed. I have some stuff to do in the morning.
Yeah, I need to go to sleep too.
And it's after 2 o'clock in the morning in America. I get to show Bob said fuck. That's StreamYard I'll use. Bimbo Barbarella uses Restream, which was the inspiration for me to try using this. And I like this a lot better than StreamYard, to be quite honest. So, Sunflowers, plug your shit. What is it you want us to know?
What is it that I want?
What is it you want us to know as your parting words?
Be kind to each other, love one another, make new friends,
I still have whiskey, yeah.
and don't be an asshole.
Don't be an asshole. That's fair. God, all of a sudden, I'm like really tired. I heard that I was banned from telling jokes because I'm guessing they said tell me a joke. All right. So why should I tell you a joke when you got one in your hand every time you go pee? That's not a joke. That's just stating a fact. You see, it's stating a fact in a funny way that makes it a joke. Ironic. Okay. Well, we're gonna wrap this up. I'm Son, I really appreciate you joining me tonight. This was fun.
No problem.
It was really fun. We need to do this again sometime.
Sure.
Maybe you will be one of my invited guests if I decide to do a forum show on one of my invited forum members if I decide to do a forum show in February.
Thank you.
We'll just see how this goes. I haven't decided what the format's going to be, but we'll have topics and we'll talk it out, and we'll be a nice civil discussion over drinks. It'll be fun. But I'm the old Humble guy. This has been I don't know what the hell I was calling this. Is an old Humble late night sipping show. We've had fun. Nice happy hour. Continue being awesome to each other. And because life is too short for bad whiskey and too long to do nothing about it. Cheers. Whoa. What's this say? Vanessa fell asleep earlier tonight. That is a ringing endorsement of my entertainment content. Thank you, Vanessa.
Oh, Bob. Joe is going.
Yeah, it's time to wrap this up. We're gonna go.
He wanted to try again.
We got 6 people watching right now. Okay. I tell you what, we'll give it 10 more minutes. Come on up, Bob.
He said, "Let me try again after smoke break."
Yeah, he was gonna try again after a smoke break. Is he back?
I don't know.
If I take look at that, if I take the chat overlay off and then put it back, it clears out chat. Neat, huh? I've got it. It's time to go. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, it's really late.
Be awesome to each other, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. We will see you all next week. I'll be back on Monday morning for our 72-hour live stream extravaganza, where we bottle up and prep our Boomtown bourbon for sale and release on Friday and Saturday. So cheers to you guys. We'll see you all soon. And
cheers.
Don't forget to tip your waitresses. Indeed. Take my wife, please. Good night, everybody.
And for a good time, go to Bacon's on Friday.
That's right. Bacon's on tomorrow night. Tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight is Friday night.
Tonight, yes. The goddamn bacon.
So go check out that shit. Go do all the stuff. It's awesome. Be awesome to each other and do all the stuff. Cheers and good night. Bye.